Hi everyone, I know you probably saw me laughing my ass off because I did some changing around with my setup because when I was recording yesterday for my new video, which will be releasing tomorrow, keep an eye out for it. It's short, so won't be too much of a long watch compared to the usual. But yeah, because of that video, I was like, okay, maybe I should, you know, change up stuff. And because my mic is now in a new position, I basically ran into it, completely forgetting it was there. But hello everybody, how are you doing today? It is now time for another 5-hour stream. One of these days, I'm gonna get a good ending and not have to do the bad one. One of these days. Mm. Alright. For once, I actually tweeted that I was live. Look at me, being a streamer again. Alright, let's get started. I believe I've wasted enough time. So, we are now going to be doing Fritz. We actually barely get to see in any of the routes. Or did we? Reunion! I am in town with Waltz because Parfait needed supplies for her potions, and we were the only ones available to get them for her. And I'm so sorry if you can hear the goddamn pigeon cooing in the background. Did you get it, fellow? No? Yeah, the birds have been hanging out. You see that we have on the outside, I mean, not on the inside. And so yeah, Bella's just been rushing the window the entire time. I do not know why, but I feel on edge. Oh, well, I do not understand why she has to get everything today. Surely she can just pick up the rest tomorrow. If she was more patient, I wouldn't have needed to go out at all today for such a bothersome chore. Ooh. Let's make this quick. My eyes wandered to the shop right in front of me. This should be the place. Not the oh, it's you. This is the witch who came into the marchant some time ago with mud on her shoes. Waltz holds out the list Parfait gave him. The witch surveys the list and then gives a thoughtful nod. The witch disappears into her back room. I fold my arms as we wait, my thoughts drifting. Oh god, here we go. The wicked little girl. These are the men that tried to rob me back when I was on the streets. Waltz quickly steps in front of me as if to shield me from the men. That's crazy. Just because he's small doesn't mean he can't fight. What do you want? The man reaches out to grab me, but Walt slaps his hand away. The man's unwashed stench reaches my nose, and I try not to get. Damn. Damn. Thank you, Waltz. My knight in shining armor. The witch reappears at the door, and the men back off slightly when she appears. None of her business? Well, what do you mean? You're doing this inside her store. Yeah. She said, huh? Huh? I'm slightly startled when the witch leans forward and whispers to us. Waltz grabs my hand and pulls me with him as we run, not even turning back to look when we hear the shatter of glass. She is a witch. Why would she help us? I am sure that she is only helping us because she wants to keep us in debt to her. We continue running against the current of people. I manage to keep up with Waltz for a time, but it is not long before my hand slips out of his and I am lost to the crowd. Because plot convenience. The minute I am separated from Waltz, I stop. Panic begins to well up inside of me. Waltz! I frantically look around at the crowds, trying to find him, but I fail. I need to get back to the march-in. Slowly, it dawns on me that I am in a part of town that I do not recognize. More plot convenience. I do not know my way around this area. I knew leaving the march-in was a bad idea. When I see Parfait again, I will give her a piece of my mind. I immediately turn on my heels and run as fast as I can. I am so panicked I cannot see what is in front of me. I do not notice the man in front of me until I crash into him. I prepare to fall, but the man has braced himself just before I crash into him. We both somehow manage to remain upright. Excuse me, This voice. I look up in shock. Fritz. How does he remember who I am? I have no time to think about this now. I grab his arm and pull him with me into a run. Somehow, he is barely out of breath despite how long we have been running. It sends a sliver of irritation through me. I think those men want to sell me. I shake my head as I try to tuck him forward again. However, Fritz does not budge. This is very irritating. We must keep moving. Oh no. Wait, Fritz is a knight. I trust you can manage those two fools. With a nod and a confident smile, he turns to face the oncoming men. He moves to stand in front of me, effectively shielding me with his body. Fritz brandishes his sword and smiles at them. Fritz is Fritz is second only to his father, Sir Alcaster, in his ability with the sword. His skill is obvious just in the way he holds his blade. The fight is over as quickly as it starts. I cannot keep up with Fritz's movement at first, but when I am able to focus on him again, the two men are completely immobilized. One is sprawled on the ground with Fritz's foot firmly planted on his back. The other is collapsed against the wall of the alleyway, with the tip of Fritz's sword pressed against his neck. Fritz is completely unscathed. I turn to look at the man against the wall, thinking he might be more capable of speech at this time. Who was going to pay you? I watch as Fritz presses his sword against the man's neck, enough to draw a gasp out of him. The witch? Waltz insisted the witch we met was good, but this is just further proof that witches will always be inherently wicked. What did the note say? $1,000 gold pieces would be enough to feed a family for years. Okay, hold on. I need to go close a window. Holy shit, it smells. I'm back. Sorry about that. Not just anyone would have that kind of wealth. It would have to be nobility, royalty even, or witches disguising themselves as member of the aristocracy now? Or is it aristocracy? 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 I don't know. Whichever one's right. Yes. Look at the men and feel something icy run through my veins. These men were going to abduct me. There is no telling what they would have done to me if they had caught me. He has a family. That does not matter. Even if I had mentioned my family, it would not have made a difference. Wait. What did you do to her? The woman at the shop. What did you do to her? Did you hurt her? When neither of the men answer me, I frown. I do not know why that witch was trying to save me, but she did try. These men cannot get away with doing whatever they wish. Answer me. What did you do to her? The anger that was nothing but a small flame burns full force in my chest. They do not deserve mercy. I mean, I'm a brute girl. I would love to, punish them. I really would. But then I'd literally be no better than they are. Right? So, I guess in this case I'll have to be a just person. They deserve to be punished, but these men were nothing but puppets to some other master. Punishing them is a waste of time. It is an additional burden that I do not care to shoulder. Promise not to come after me ever again. Swear it. Let them go. Fritz and I leave the men behind in the alleyway. I sigh in relief when the scenery around me becomes more familiar. From here, I can probably find my way back to the march-in. Fritz is so unusually quiet that I barely notice him as I become wrapped up in my thoughts. What does a witch want with me? As far as I know, I have never done anything to a witch. I am startled when Fritz talks. Yes. Mercy? Is that what that was? I mean, well, what it was. I think Fritz has just more faith in my morality. I did not spare those men to save them. I spared them to avoid the consequences. It was difficult. Why is he smiling at me like that? I notice Fritz fidgeting. It is a sure sign that he has something else he wants to say. What is it? Could Fritz be? Are you cursed, Fritz? Fritz looks shocked. Yes. If he is not cursed, how else could he know who I am? Are you a witch or a fairy? Fritz stares at me as if I have grown another head. Could it be that he is somehow unaware of the conditions of his curse? I must speak with Delora and Parfait about this. I need to get to the Marchand as quickly as possible, so I can speak to Parfait and Delora about what Fritz's curse might be. Waltz is probably looking for me as well. Then, abruptly, Fritz puts himself in front of me, blocking my path. What are you doing? I'm going home. What do you mean, where am I going? I'm returning to the Marchand. It's the tavern for the cursed. I've been living there. Oh, I forgot that I haven't told him yet. You can get them as soon as you come back with me, okay? Chill out. I suppose you will not let me leave without an explanation. You make it seem like I did it of my own volition. Very well. Delora and Parfait will have to wait. Fritz is convinced the only place I will be safe is his house, and I am not in the mood to argue with him. I look around the modest living room. I did not realize that you had lodging outside of your room in the palace. He walks over and hands me a mug of tea. The comforting scent of it and the realization that he has made it precisely as I prefer it makes something loosen inside of me. Fritz sits opposite me, his eyes bright and focused. One night I was in the palace, and the next morning I was on the street dressed in rags. I tell him about no one remembering who I am, and about my first encounter with the men that Fritz fought in the alleyway. I tell him how I was saved by those at the Marchand. Yet I say nothing about Delora or Parfait, and I deliberately leave the identities of the Marchand boarders anonymous. I'm not sure why exactly, but I feel suspicion tugging insistently at me. How is it possible for someone to be unaware of their curse? Rumpel has amnesia, and even he knows he's cursed. Fritz said that he is human. I can trust him, right? I close my eyes and will the impending headache away. Maybe Mother was right. Maybe it is impossible to trust anyone, including my knight. Can I still trust you, Fritz? Fritz does not even bother trying to mask his shock. There is sadness in his eyes. Fritz has been loyal to me ever since he was assigned to me. But every person I've trusted has turned on me, apart from Mother. Even my beloved doll betrayed me. How can I be sure that Fritz will not do the same? Cinderella. I have to complete 3 good deeds to break it. It has been reversed in my case. Return to the Marchand. I must break my curse. By all means, stay at the Marchand with me. I don't care. I still have to go back. What? Why? You're no longer my knight, Fritz. You work for Amela now, don't you? And then I no longer need your services. Easy clap. Fritz is very capable. No doubt he will be able to protect me better than anyone else at the Marchand. And who knows how many people received the witch's note. The witch would not The witch wouldn't even need to enter the margin herself so long as she has others there to capture me. No matter where I am not safe, especially when I have no idea who I can trust. No. I can't return to the palace unless I break my curse. Come on now. And how will you do that? Nobody apart from the cursed, the witches and the fairies remember that I am the crown princess. Which means you must be cursed, if you're still human. You must be cursed as well, Fritz. There is no other explanation. I would be inclined to agree. Even Rumple, who'd forgotten everything else, remembered that he'd been cursed. But then, what could Fritz's fairy tale be? I hadn't truly intended on staying with Fritz, but somehow the day passes by without me noticing. Before I know it, night has fallen. It is far too late to attempt to return to the margin on my own now. Even if, for some reason, Fritz allowed me to leave his house. I'd almost forgotten. Sir Alcaster Leverton, Fritz's father, and the commander of the Order of Caldera. Ah! I thought he'd have his own room at the palace like you do. Oh my god. Alcaster looks at me, and then Fritz. The weight of his stare makes me feel like looking away, but I manage to stare back at him coolly. Sir Alcaster's eyes are cold and calculating. I do not like the way he is looking at me. None of your business, Wolf. I do not want to tell him. Sir Alcaster's gaze grows colder as his question is met by a long stretch of silence. I only relent when I see Fritz about to answer for me. Cinderella. Sir Alcaster says nothing more, and I am surprised when he simply walks away into a bedroom and away from us. The door closes behind him, and Fritz and I are left alone. I saw the look in his eyes. I doubt he believes us. That would be too simple. Sleep does not come easily, even though this bed is significantly more comfortable than the bed at the margin. What could Fritz's curse be? I sit up in bed when I hear footsteps outside. I stare at the clock. It is almost 2 in the morning. That is Sir Alcaster's voice, but I do not recognize the other one. The sound of their footsteps slowly fade and silence descends once more. I suppose being the commander of the Order of Caldera means that he is always busy. But working at this time? Soon my exhaustion coaxes me back into slumber. I focus my eyes and let my desire to sleep win over my curiosity. A little weird in the head, excuse me. What do you mean a little weird in the head? I'm not loony, you are. Despite my exhaustion, my sleep is brief with all the thoughts whirling through my mind. When I feel it is late enough, I finally step out of bed and make my way toward the living room. Sir Elcaster and Fritz are both there. They fall silent at my entry. Sir Elcaster? Are you leaving for the palace? That's the worst person you can inform. No! Fritz, you are just... Ooh. Sir Mithros. I am standing close enough to Fritz that I notice his body posture stiffen. I see the way he clenches his hands into fists and the way he squares his shoulders. You and Sir Elcaster do not seem very close. Fritz sighs. He looks somewhat flushed, though it doesn't seem to be out of any embarrassment. Could I not have said anything? No. Never mind. It is not important. I'm sure you have your reasons. You can share them when and if you want to. Maybe I should have pressed, but it's okay. Fritz clears his throat before he turns to me. His smile is so bright it seems to light up his face. Ah. The thought of croissants makes my mouth water. I am at the door in seconds. What are you standing around for? I am hungry. The shortest route to the bakery from Fritz's house leads us past the palace gates. Fritz's voice fades into the background when I notice the royal family eating their breakfast outside. Emma sits under the shade of a cherry blossom tree, reading aloud from some book in her hands. Rod is smiling as he pours tea for all of them, and Ophelia is looking on with clear love in her eyes for the family that surrounds her. The king laughs at something Amela is saying. He looks happier than I have ever seen him before. They truly are happier now that I do not exist with them. Father has never once looked at me the way he is looking at them. I'm slightly startled when Fritz starts talking beside me. She did? Why? What? I don't believe you. I realize we have been walking as Fritz talked. Palace gates are are well behind us, and the royal family is thankfully out of earshot. The variety of breads and pastries in the window of the bakery make my heart skip a beat. It has been a long time since I have seen such delicious looking pastries. Anything? What? Fritz and I returned to his home to eat our pastries. They truly are the best croissants I've ever had. As we come to the end of breakfast, Fritz turns to me, a hesitant expression on his face. Now what? What? What do you want? Yes. But the people at the march. I was planning on returning today to explain why I haven't been back. It's not safe for me inside either. I'm not safe anywhere. Chill out. I understand, but there are people I must see. I will not stay here for much longer. I know that Fritz can certainly keep me safe, but I cannot shake the feeling that I am safer at the market because you are. Because you are. Even if it means having to stay with the witch that cursed me. When I do not answer, Fritz sighs and shakes his head. Tomorrow. Take me back tomorrow. Girl, the longer you stay, the more chances Mithras has to whisk you away. I spend the day looking around the house. This home is so impersonal. You'd never know two different people live here. Their rooms are so empty. Even I had dolls in my room. As I walk about the living room, I notice a broom standing forgotten and alone in a corner. I suddenly remember the broom Delora enchanted for me. I do not miss that broom. But this one could definitely use a ribbon. Fritz, that was fast. Delora! The Delora doll was still in my room? But how? Yeah, we're gonna take her. We need her. Get me out of here! He's keeping me under house arrest! Help! Yes, she was. Until she cursed me. How did she get into your room? After finishing dinner, Fritz excuses himself to run more errands, so I return to my room. Earlier, when Fritz had given her to me, I threw Delora on my bed. Delora? Now I turn to glare at her, and all at once the doll comes alive with a sigh. You were my favorite. Right, past tense, were. What are you doing here? They were looking for me? 'Cause Fritz wouldn't let me go! I was going to, but Fritz is overprotective. I know it's not. Don't hush. I stop myself when I hear footsteps just outside the door. The two men walk away, leaving the hallway silent. That is just another one of Sir Alcaster's late-night errands. My words die in my throat when I turn to Delora and see that she is eerily silent, forehead furrowed. Delora. Delora, what are you talking about? Finally, Delora looks at me slowly, as if just now recognizing we are both in the same room. That's what I've been saying! I watch as Delora paces on the floor along the side of my bed. The bed. You're a witch. Can't you just teleport us out of here? I look closely at her. So you cannot cast that spell. I had thought, with all the bluffing you do, that you would be more capable. You wouldn't dare. I glare at her, but she does not look away. Why can't we just ask Fritz to help us? It would be easier that way. I do not understand why he can't just come with us. That means nothing coming from someone as untrustworthy as you. Then I insist Fritz come with us. I know he has the curse, which means he should be welcome there. The moment Delora mentions Sir Alcaster, he suddenly stops speaking. She shakes her head and turns away. What does Sir Alcaster have to do with any of this? You are still the most suspicious one here, witch. And how do you suppose we'll sneak past Fritz? Delora smiles at me. Mischief in that smile is all too familiar. Oh no. True, she is away. Something else. I walk alongside Delora as we make our way back to the march-in. Delora is now in her human form, humming cheerfully. No. That's why she had me distract Fritz at dinner. Was a sleeping potion in his cup? But will he wake up? I'm free! We make it back to the march-in without incident. Juliana and Garland are waiting for us inside. As soon as they see us, they dart toward the door. I'm breaking, oh no. Fritz is my personal knight. The time I spent with him was the safest I felt since I've been cursed. It felt more normal. I know he is dependable and will do whatever I ask of him. It is his job to protect me after all. I barely know these people. I would rather be with Fritz, but something about Sir Alcaster puts me on edge. My bad. Oh, sorry about that. Jurian ignores Delora and fixes her gaze on me. I stared at her, confused. What was there to be worried about? It was with Fritz. I know that the circumstances may not have been the best, but Fritz protected me, and I had plans to return to the Marchant at some point. Why does anyone here care what happens to me anyway? Oof. Does she say where she goes? If they knew, they'd have mentioned it. Oh, Lord. What is going on? I had thought I had... I, I can English. I can English. I had thought that I wanted to return here, but now that everyone knows I am safe, it is fine to return to Fritz, isn't it? I feel uneasy being around so many people that are openly keeping secrets from me. Then there is no reason for me to be in here. I can return to Fritz. You are in no position to order me around. I will go back and no one will stop me. I begin walking toward the door when I hear Delora sigh heavily behind me. I was not planning on removing it. We? I am left alone with Jurian and Garland. I wouldn't. Because bro can't even tell that he has a fucking curse. How is that trustworthy? I'd almost forgotten that Jurian and Garland had served under Sir Alcaster's command when they were still in the Order of Caldera. Yes. Man. The two former knights are uncharacteristically quiet. Their expressions stark. Is something wrong? Of course. Fritz has been my personal knight for the last 3 years. I know that he will protect me no matter what. Did something happen between you and Sir Alcaster? It was said that Jurian and Garland had been discharged for disobeying Sir Alcaster's orders, but is that the whole truth? What happened? Delora told me the same thing. What exactly are they hiding about Sir Alcaster? Someone coughs. We turn to see Delora standing there, looking at us expectantly. Jurian was telling me about why she left the Order of Caldera. I have never seen Delora glare at anyone the way she is glaring at Jurian. Eventually, the former knight turns away. you know something about Sir Alcaster being the reason for the knight's discharge, don't you? Well then, why are you insisting on keeping it a secret? Because you and the knights are clearly hiding something about him. I mean, yeah, true. The only reason I am in this position is because of you, and you have done nothing to help me. All I've ever gotten from you are insults and snide remarks. I have been trying my best, but you of all people should know how difficult it is for me. I stopped talking at once. The anger and frustration inside of me makes it difficult to form words. Delora has been with me for almost a year now. She should know how difficult it is for me to be good. She never understood. She still cursed me. It is as if she is mocking me. I turn away from Delora and head toward the door. I have better things to do than to get insulted by a witch. I've done nothing, but I think about how to break the curse she put on me. There, that is not the right word. How dare she? Yes. Yes, it was. He takes my arm gently. I dig my heels into the ground and shrug off his hand. I refuse to go back. There was no point in my return. Things would have been easier if Delora had never found me in the first place. Hamlet is suddenly standing before me, smiling with relief. I am not going back there. There is no point. I have been perfectly safe in a different place. Insufferable witch. I am not staying here any longer. You cannot stop me from leaving. I turn on my heels and begin to walk off. Are you daft? I said I am not coming back. I cannot quell the irritation stirring in the pit of my stomach. I turn on my heels and walk off. It's so peaceful here at night. The sound of approaching footsteps makes me stop. Standing out here alone in the darkened plaza does not bode well. I quickly slide into an alleyway and stand with my back to the wall, hoping the shadows will keep me from sight. That voice from the other night. Sir Alcaster? Barg? I have to know. I move silently, sticking my head out at an angle so I can see the man standing before Alcaster. The closet is empty except for 2 people. Sir Alcaster is looking at a man that wears an elaborate mask. I notice that he also carries an odd cane. That must be Varg. But who is he, and how does Sir Alcaster know him? I have never seen anyone like him in the palace before. Oof. What? What does Sir Mithras want? Sorry, just fixing my mic. No! Shut up, Siri. Maybe. Okay. Sir Alcaster just punched him like it was nothing. How is he still standing? That blow should have knocked him to the ground. Sir Alcaster's voice is eerily calm and level, despite the fact that his body is still tense. I watch as Sir Alcaster walks away, leaving Varg to stand alone in the dark plaza. I can barely breathe as I stand watching him, waiting for some kind of movement. It looks as if Sir Alcaster has ordered him to keep me safe. But I do not know of this arrangement and will not trust him. The sound of shattered glass echoes across the plaza. Varg immediately rushes off to investigate, moving away from my hiding spot. I feel myself instinctively follow after him despite my mind's logical protests, because, yes. Delaware places her hand over my mouth to muffle my voice. We both watch Varg until he disappears, and there is nothing but silence for company. Then and only then does Delaware move her hand away from my mouth. Varg. What? Sir Alcaster called him Varg. Who is he? We look up and notice Karma and Waltz running toward us. Waltz looks winded. That does not stop him from glaring at me. She's most definitely going to do it again. I'm surprised when Delora takes my arm and pulls me away from Waltz and Karma. She speaks as if I'm a child to be babysat. She said, your opinion irrelevant. The solemn expression on Waltz's face is foreign to me. There is darkness in his eyes, a warning. Next ad break, I'll take a break actually. I keep forgetting that like when I do the Cinderella Phenomenon streams, I should be utilizing the goddamn ad breaks. Delora nods, then turns back to me. Our trip back to the Leverton home is silent. Delora has reverted to her doll form. I hold her close to my chest. Both of us are quiet, and I am lost in my own thoughts. I wonder what questions Delora has that I could possibly help her with. Delora? We speak at the same time. Most of the time it doesn't feel that way. I mean, we broke it 3 times. We can go for a 4th. We turn on to the path that leads to the Leverton home. I pause to squint at the oddly shaped shadow by the doorway. I quickly slip off the road and behind the nearest obstacle. It's dark. What is that? Delora has not seen what I have. She keeps talking. I slap my hand over her mouth to muffle her. I have only just managed to hide her when the shadow moves. Moonlight glints off his mask, for just an instant, but it is enough. It's Varg. Stay very still. I freeze in place. There is no one here. Look away. Look away. Laura is still struggling in my arms. I do my best to still her with my hands. She gets us caught. And then, as if by magic, the clouds move, obscuring the light of the moon. An inky black, almost unnatural shadow falls over me. After a heartbeat, he turns away from me. I watch as he slips around the side of the Leverton home and disappears from sight. I run back to the plaza, but Waltz and Karma are no longer there. What do I do now? Delora pops her head out of my pocket, shaking out her hair. That was you? She said. I mean, clearly it was not the wind, but I had no idea she had such power. Shit, you got this. Man, I must have kicked up some dust earlier. I'm sneezing too much. I whirl around once again, keeping my hands over Delora to hide her from sight. He sweeps into a deep, elegant bow. That sounds like I said bow instead of bow. It sounds the same there. My issues? I don't have any issues. I already have a personal night. Fritz. I was so right. Fritz is not slacking off, he's just under the influence of an extremely potent sleeping potion and is unable to wake up. Also, we could sneak out. This is all my fault. Bark approaches, then holds out his arm. I stare at his arm, but do not take it. Bark tilts his head to the side. I cannot read his expression through his mask. No. Right? No. What were you expecting? I am not Amela. Berg reaches out and grabs my hand. He places it in the crook of his arm with a smug smile. I can do nothing but follow as he forces me along. I do not appreciate being dragged. True. You know what? That's fair, Berg. That's fair. That is very fair. He flashes an almost predatory smile at me, his teeth startlingly bright in the darkness. He says he is meant to keep me safe, but I feel like he's going to devour. I mean, let me stop. I'm still shaking when I return to my room in the Leverton home. I have already heard Varg leave the house, but I am not convinced the lock on the front door will keep him out. Do I look like... I cannot show weakness. Not now, not ever. I'm fine. I froze. I did nothing. I was useless. But if I do not know why I am so afraid of Varg. He works for Sir Alcaster. He wouldn't hurt me. Ooh, girl. Your naivety is astounding. She has that look again. Is it because of her suspicions of Sir Alcaster? Or because she suspects that Varg is serving the witches? Alcaster mentioned Sir Mithros before, but I have no idea how he plays into any of this. What aren't you telling me, Delora? I do not think I'll be able to sleep tonight unless... Delora? It is strange because I had thought I'd outgrown this tendency, but I used to do this all the time. Can I hold you until I fall asleep? I think I see a glimmer of a smile on Delora's face. I grab Delora and hold her against my chest. Her weight and shape are familiar and comforting. When I was in the palace, hugging my dolls made me feel like I wasn't alone. That voice, it's familiar. Mother? I sit up in bed, my heart pounding. I can't remember. The details of the dream are already fading from my mind. The dread still hangs in my chest like a dark, heavy cloud. It must have been a nightmare. Jeez. I turn and see Fritz standing in the doorway, his eyes filled with concern. Fritz. Maybe it is the stress of what happened with Varg. Maybe it is the nightmare I just woke from. Or maybe it is the relief of seeing a familiar face. But suddenly there are tears in my eyes. What happened to not showing weakness, huh? Fritz. Then suddenly, Fritz's arms are around me and I am pressed close to his warm chest. I can hear his heartbeat. Yeah. We'll tell him about it. I cannot remember it clearly, but I believe it was a night. I can remember Mother's voice, the cruel, wicked contempt of her voice. It was terrible. A sudden coldness slides over my body, making me shiver despite Fritz's best efforts. Still, he does not slip away, and his closeness once again comforts me after some time. He is so warm. How did you know I had nightmares? You never said anything. Well, you never did either. Fritz runs a hand through my hair, his touch gentle and comforting. I mean, he's not wrong. He is not wrong. I only know time is passing because of the shifting shadows in my room. And too soon the room brightens with the dawn of a new day. I feel safe. I had forgotten Delora was with me, but now she squirms subtly in my grasp, a small flutter of motion that does not even catch Fritz's eye. When Fritz moves away, I quickly hide Delora behind me. Why are you smiling at me? I mean, like that. What? Did he that we slipped the potion into. Now that he's brought it up, I have no idea what to say. I manage a weak shrug of my shoulders and shake my head, telling him that I did not. I feel Dolores shaking behind me, and I can tell that she is trying not to laugh. I pinch her arm. Sure. He lets go of me and stands up. Yeah? No, I think you told me about the best. Baker? Oh, jeez. Are you not coming with us? Yes. I have never heard her say my name so seriously before. If Bark shows up when we're not here, you two, Delora, be careful. Much to my surprise, she sinks into a polite curtsy. Oh my god, we're already up to chapter 5? We're schmoving today. A week has passed and my days have been uneventful. I spend most of my time with Fritz, who shows me around Angiel every day that he is able. Most of the time I actively try to keep him out of the Leverton home so that Delora can continue her investigation. Apparently, this is the only way she will let me help. At least she promised she'd tell me everything tonight. Well, wow, really? I never would have guessed. Delora, I already know that. Is that person a witch? Do you think Varg put up these wards? Like a cobweb. I just heard a weird sound. I'm like, is that a kid screaming out there? I'm telling you, kids make the weirdest noises. I mean, not saying I probably did it when I was a kid, but literally, like, they just make the randomest noises and it's just like, what the hell? A way out that will allow us to leave without Varg being notified. I do not think he will appear unless the witch who put the webs around this house finds out I'm gone. How do we know the witch won't be alerted if we use that door? I lean against the wall of the alleyway, where I'd agreed to meet with Delora and catch my breath. I can't believe that worked. She had sent me out first, promising she would catch up with me once she made sure the witch wasn't going to come to the Leverton household when I left. Fritz said that he was tired from all the training he had done earlier in the day and retired to bed early. That worked in our favor and made it easier for us to leave the home. She is taking longer than I thought she would. Has she been found out? I step away from the wall when I hear footsteps. Delora? Suddenly, Varg is standing before me with a snide smile on his face. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not gonna lie, I literally do not remember anything about Fritz's room. But we do know that he's pretty agile though. Slow, but agile. I'm not sure. Oh, nice. Yes, I love being stuck in dead ends. Almost unconsciously, I take a step back from Varg. My back hits the wall behind me. Bro said. Now is no time to be a coward. Why don't you tell me then? Varg throws his head back and laughs. But you did just ask. Nice. Varg moves forward so close I can nearly feel his breath on my neck. What is he doing? He is far too close. You have no right to tell me what to do. Varg slams his hand against the wall, effectively caging me in. He leans down toward me, his smile predatory, but I do not flinch away. Do I have backbone? What do you mean? Who? Wait, is that someone Sir Mithros? Varg's eerie smile stretches further across his face. So I can't. Bro, stop treating me like I'm a dumb little bitch. What does Sir Mithros want? I needed some air. I'm sure you had quite enough. Varg pulls back from me the moment the footsteps sound. He swivels on the spot, his body tense. I feel a hand on my shoulder and realize belatedly that it is not Varg's. I am pulled away from his grasp. Waltz, my bestie. There it is. There it is. Do I need this? I did not mean to do that. Hey, you live and learn. Ooh. Varg is cut off as he defends himself when a sword suddenly strikes at his direction. That man, he was the one who was with Waltz when I was chased down the streets. His features are familiar. Is that Karma? But I see Varg lift his cane, but Waltz pulls me around the corner before I can see what happens next. What just happened? Did Varg? I turn around to check, but Waltz keeps pulling me forward. I have barely even stepped into the marching before Delora pulls me into a hug. Waltz pauses in surprise as an intense light erupts in the middle of the marching. For a few moments, I am struck blind. As the light begins to fade away, I see Parfait. Her expression is grim as she holds on to the man who helped us earlier. Together, we carefully set him down on the sofa. Now that I can see the injured man closely, I come to the conclusion that I was right earlier. Karma? Parfait shifts on her feet before losing her balance and stumbling backwards. Delora catches her before she can fall. Drew. The instant Rumple sees Karma, his puzzled expression sharpens into something more serious. Rumple strides forward with a confidence I did not expect. Who is this man and what has he done with Rumple? That doesn't really explain why his entire demeanor has changed, but I suppose that's not important right now. I have never seen Parfait look this tired. Parfait, are you hurt? Wait, that makes noise? Hold on. It does, but only if it goes backwards, I think. Okay. I will refrain from touching that. Or you could just take it off. Should do that. I have so many questions for the two of them, and I have no idea where to start. My brain feels like a scrambled board full of puzzle pieces that won't fit together. Sorry about that. What is going on? I need an explanation right now. Delora sets a mug down in front of me before taking a seat beside me. It smells exactly like something I'd have in the palace. I did not know there was chocolate here. Will Karma be alright? I do not know how this happened. It was just meant to be a simple test, but now Karma and Parfait are hurt because of Varg. And they shouldn't have come. They did not have to come for me. Why do these people care so much about me? What do they really want? They would not have been hurt if they did not come. Now, let's not just, throw blame all over the place. Maybe it wasn't really his fault. I'm kidding. Girl. Harvey takes a seat on the opposite side of the table from Delora and I. Oh, sorry. I just hit my mic. Tell me what? Is this about Alcaster? What? But where would he have gone? I am aware, yes. Of course, he remembered me. But what does his being cursed have to do with anything? They're linking Varg and Fritz together. That's not possible. Whatever you're thinking, it's ridiculous. But Fritz would never... No. I love her responses, man. They're so good. I stand and ball my hands into tight fists. You're wrong. I turn to walk away. That is not what I wanted. I do not go too far. I just want to give myself enough space to think. Fritz and Varg. Are they the same? It is not possible. Why would Dolores say that? Sir Mithros? Where did he come from? And how does he know who I am? Did Alcaster tell him? And Sir Mithros believed him? Could it be that Sir Mithros is someone Varg was referring to? Oh my god, she can be smart here, but when it comes to understanding that Varg and Fritz are the same person, suddenly she can't believe it? Okay. How did he know where I was? Sir Mithos has not seen me since I have been cursed. So why is he talking to me as if he knows who I am? Not only that, but he knows that I left the Leverton home. So you remember that I am the Crown Princess, Sir Mithros. How is that possible? Cool. He's just like, yeah, I'm a witch. Okay, weirdo. A witch? Father would never let a witch work in the palace. I feel the clouds in my mind slowly whirling, piecing together a puzzle I cannot see in full. The witch who set the alarm on the Leverton home, the person Sir Alcaster wants a favor from, and the person he and Varg are working for. him. Liar, you just want to use me to free my mom. Protect me. Abduct me from Varg? Who was Varg? I believed you when you said you were a witch. I take a deep breath and look him in the eyes. Are Varg and Fritz the same person? So Delora was telling the truth. But are you the one who cursed him? Oh damn. Okay. He said that without even batting an eye. He's just like, oh yeah. Yeah, just another Tuesday. Cursing people. How can you know that? Yes, and they hate me for some reason, and they want Amela to be crown princess in my place. Sir Mithros nods, his expression solemn, but flickering with sympathy. He is right. Their true goal? Could that be true? Delora and Parfait are trying to balance the light and the darkness in the kingdom, and the curse is meant to teach me. So, could what Sir Mithros is saying really be true? What he says makes sense, but we're not going to blindly believe him because we know what happened. But it cannot be true, right? I don't believe you. The people at the Marchen are not. Delora might be the one who cursed me, but everyone else in the Marchen doesn't seem to think anything of it. I do not know what to think. I don't know about that one, Chief. I go back to the Marchen with dark thoughts swirling in my head. All I've been doing is trying to get answers from Delora. Why is it more difficult this time? Where is Parfait? What do I say? How can I possibly ask them? My throat is closing up. Did you know what would happen after you cursed me? Did you intend for me to suffer? Did she? Sir Mithros have been right. Oof. I have so much air in me. Holy. Anger rises up within me. What do you mean? Wait. Oops. Sorry, I have to look at this. People are funny. It'll probably be. Because Japan loves to region lock stuff. Do you know how it felt to sleep out in the cold, without shoes, without food, and not knowing if I would ever have a roof over my head again? Do you know what it was like for my own father to look at me and not see me as his daughter? I advance on Delora as she shrinks back, pointedly looking away from me. You knew all of that was going to happen, and you still cursed me. And you call yourself good? How could you? Is it because I'm a threat to you somehow? Delora's expression shows me that she is hiding something. She has been hiding something since the beginning. Did you curse me to teach me some sort of twisted lesson? Delora's face is pale. I can see the anxiety in her eyes as well as the guilt. She does not need to say anything else. Delora she cursed me to hurt me. If she had wanted me to break it, she would have helped me, rather than just criticize my every move. All that she has succeeded in is keeping me from my birthright, and those at the Marchen all agree with that sentiment. Serious? When has she done nothing? When she has done nothing to help me? The answer is obvious. The Lord does not want me to succeed. They are not different. They are the same. They are the same as everyone else. Sir Mithras was right. I cannot believe I trusted you. I thought everyone here was different. I thought you were different. But I was wrong. I turned to leave. I make my way back to where I was earlier, making sure no one has followed. I see that Sir Mithras stands firmly in the same place. As I draw nearer, I notice that his expression is concerned, his eyes gentle. I take a moment to assess my feelings. There is anger, but also resignation. Was I expecting him to be right all along? Not the rough night, bro, stop. Where did Varg come from? I did not have to speak with everyone to know. No one in that place has any reason to help me. It is naive to think that their kindness does not come with a price. Hello, Carl. Sir Mithras holds out his hand for me, but I do not take it. I instinctively take a step back. Where do you intend to take me? How? No one there will believe you. And you knew who I was right from the beginning. Why did you not take me back to the palace earlier? Reparations? Can I really trust Sir Mithras? At this point, I am not sure whom I am supposed to trust anymore. I would rather stay with Fritz. My eyes fly to Varg, but I do not sense any of Fritz's warmth on his face. His lips slowly curl into a smile when he meets my gaze. Oop. Where is Fritz? I am not in the mood for jokes, Varg. I want Fritz back. His smile becomes more malicious when he sees the irritation on my face. I will be safer under Fritz's care. Mark scoffs but says nothing more when Sir Mithras turns to me. What is he talking about? Mother is dead. Tell me what it is. Really? No wonder if I'm so annoying. Sir Mithras bows to me, but does not even spare Varg a glance as he walks away. You know what irritates me? I mean, I know it's pretty much like in her nature, but it's just like, ugh, the naivety really drives me insane. It's like, how can you just blindly trust everyone and not form your own opinions and interpretations? How? I turn to look at Varg. It is still hard to believe that he and Fritz could possibly be the same person. His hair color, posture, and personality are also different from Fritz's. How could they be the same person? I close the distance between us with a single step. Damn, girl! It's a big-ass step. Okay. You do not. Varg looks slightly shocked by my straightforwardness, which is surprising in and of itself. There is no reason for me to be afraid of you. If this is Sir Mithras' doing, then he won't let Varg hurt me. I ignore the flare of awareness in the pit of my stomach as I look closely at Varg's face. They are the same height and build, but that is not so strange. I lean in closer still so that I can look past the shape of his mask. His eyes, they are the same. They are Fritz's eyes. I can no longer deny everything Sir Mithras and Delora have told me. The man standing before me is both Fritz and a stranger. One of the people I thought I knew best, but now know nothing about. You are Fritz's curse, but I have not heard of a fairy tale that involves two people sharing one body. Varg's voice is suddenly lower, a low growl in his throat. I feel a shiver run down my spine. I try to run away only to have my attempt thwarted by Varg, who stops me by reaching out to grab my arm. Because, goddamn, she's so easy. You cannot hurt me even if you wanted to. Fritz would never. He abruptly releases me and turns swiftly on his heels before walking away, footsteps smooth. For a moment I stand there, shocked. How could he insult Fritz in such a manner if they are the same person? How could a curse change Fritz into someone like Varg? Oh, time to defend him. Fritz is not a dog. Try to say something, but nothing comes out. It is true that I do not know much about him at all. Varg continues to walk forward ever so slowly, but I remain rooted in place. Eventually he whirls around and looks at me. I study his expression and body language. While his glaring might have made me nervous earlier, it does not faze me now. All this time I've been uneasy about you. even though it is your mission to keep me safe. But if that's the case, why do you seek to frighten and overpower me at every turn? I raise my eyebrow at him, and then take a confident step forward. This time it is Varg that shirks away from me. That's the word, not shrink. Is having to answer to Sir Mithril since Sir Elcaster chafe at you, Varg. If it does, perhaps you are more similar to Fritz than you think. Varg's hands clench over his cane as he glowers at me. Sure, lay it on me. What? What is he suggesting? He's Fritz, but evil. No, you're wrong. Fritz, twisted and dark. I do not believe it. I have this compulsion. The spark in Varg's eyes is dangerous. His eyes suddenly seem out of focus as he stares at me, his gaze glassy. His expression suddenly twists, becoming something dark and anguished. He doubles over to the ground with a pained gasp. Whom is he talking to? I watch in horror as Varg's body is eclipsed by a slow-moving shadow. The darkness envelops his body, and all I can do is stare in shock as his figure fades into a black silhouette. Before I can decide whether to go to his side or not, the shadows tumble like a fallen cloak. I immediately recognize the man standing before me. Fritz! Shouldn't that bro saying, "Oh? You don't remember?" Fritz places a hand on his head and cringes. I see him stumble slightly as he slowly rises. Did Varg's emotions somehow trigger Fritz into waking? Fritz shakes his head before turning to look at me with a tired, faint smile. You're right. Let's go back. I feel the tenseness come back into my body as I remember all of the things that transpired at the march-in. The building is dim at night and looks more like a place of shadows than anything else. I clench my hands into fists and try not to shake. They intended to hurt me. They wanted me to suffer. My heart hardens into something cold and sharp as ice. Their kindness was a lie. Mother taught me people were like this. I should have listened to her. I finally turn away from the march-in with conviction. I am not meant to stay there. I must go back to where I belong. Why wouldn't I be? Yes. Why would I lie about that? Why? Impossible. I did not trust her in the first place. Yes? Saw the opening to take something from me and took it. I am not surprised nor sad. It was to be expected. All people use others to take things that they want. I mean, you can't say the man didn't try. Princess, why are we here? Wait, no, that's not my line. Oh, jeez. We're only 2 hours in and I'm already goddamn tired. Hope that's gonna be starting soon, so I will take a break. Rest my throat from reading. Well, it hasn't started yet, so I can do a little bit more. He really doesn't remember anything about last night. I guess his memories must truly be separate from Bard's. You did not do anything wrong, Fritz. He was the one at fault, not you. When I open my mouth to tell him about Varg, I find that the words are stuck in my throat. I turn away after a few moments, and the gloom settling back on my shoulders. But after hearing what Varg said, I do not. Oh, there it is. I do not have the courage to tell him not. Not me just realizing I didn't change my stream information. Yikes! Welcome back from the ad. Nope. Forgot. Not good. Have I been a fool to so blindly trust Fritz all this time, too? Those pushes open the gates and walks through. I take a deep breath and then follow after him. I have so many emotions inside of me right now that I cannot even begin to parse through them. Almost forgot that. Before I take more than a few steps forward, Fritz's fingers curl around my wrist. The look in his eyes is familiar. He wears the same concern and worry for me that he always does. He seems every bit himself, but he is no longer the same person to me. I'm going home, Fritz. I pull my arm away from his grasp and follow Sturmgast into the palace without me. Resurrection. Sorry, I couldn't help it. It was like so perfect. Give me 1 second. I have to do things. Might be better if I did it honestly. Don't be stupid. Say, what the hell happened to this one? I'm sorry guys for like all the stops and stuff. But it's like if I don't do this stuff, I'm gonna like forget. And you guys know, I'm a pro at forgetting. Like if there was an Olympic sport for forgetting, I'd get a gold medal. Oh, no, that's probably not it. Nope, it's not it either. That makes sense. I don't think this makes sense. Which leg is that? Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh god. I know, they just came out of nowhere. I hope that makes sense. I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but hey, I tried. Anyway, tell me the story again. Please? That she loved very much. With magic! Happily ever after. There are 2 days remaining until my 18th birthday. I have been living in the palace for the last few months, and while it is not what I expected, it is not so dissimilar that I am uncomfortable. I get to stay in my own room and am served the same food as the occupants of the palace. Only now I am not expected to share my meals with the king and his family. It was strange that nobody even asked who I am, not even the king, but that did not matter. What is important is that I am back in the palace. Only a witch like Sir Mithras could have orchestrated all of this. Who exactly are you, Sir Mithras? What is a witch like you doing here in the palace? But I do not recall ever seeing you here until after Mother passed away. How will you prove that you're not like the people at the Marchen? That you will not lie to me or betray me? Sir Mithras kneels in front of me and places a hand over his heart. Him saying that does little to convince me that I can trust him. So what is it that Mother requires me to do? Sir Mithras claims he is Mother's faithful servant. That should be enough reason for me to trust him, but I am still on edge. What is the surprise he has in store for me? My thoughts drift back to the occupants of the Marchen. They kept saying that they cared about me, yet I have not heard from them at all. Well, you know what, never mind. Honestly, you know what, you just did this to yourself. You just did this to yourself, honey. Oops, that's not the right button. Even Rod, who lives here, I barely even see him. And Fritz. Since I returned to the palace, I have been seeing less and less of Fritz and more of Varg. In the beginning, I continually asked Fritz about his memories of specific days, of the times when he was Varg. Fritz never seemed to recall anything. He just smiled at me sheepishly and told me that his age was probably making his memory worse. Fritz isn't even that old. Since then, things have changed. I no longer bother asking Fritz about things he surely does not remember. Fritz does not remember anything related to Varg. Yet Varg retains all of his memories as Fritz. I know I should tell Fritz about Varg. It is the fear that he would not believe me, but also something much worse. I am worried that whatever it is inside of Fritz will only lash out at me. A part of him, and that Varg came from. If I were Fritz, I would not be able to believe it either. Nope, it's not took. I look towards my shelf of dolls, unable to shake my feelings of disquiet. The dolls are the same as always, their glassy gazes focused on nothing and everything. I look so empty without her. No, I do not miss her. I do not miss anyone. Right. The sound of footsteps pulls me out of my thoughts. Who else is wandering the halls at this time of night? I am unable to restrain my curiosity, and the emotion soon drives me from my room and out into the hallway. You literally could have just peeked out. That is something you could have done. I gingerly follow the faded footsteps down the hallway, and there I see two familiar people. Sir Mithras and Sir Alcaster. A small gasp comes from my mouth, and I am not able to muffle in time, despite the fact that I hold my hands up to my lips to keep myself from shouting. Damn, why are people so bad at, like... I'm sorry. I stop breathing even as my mind whirls. Kill the king? How would Sir Alcaster and Sir Mithros want to do that? Varg, Sir Alcaster. Mithros smirks as Varg moves to stand just off to the side of the two men, his expression solemn. And then that is why I have only seen Varg at night. If he can act during the day as well, what will happen to Fritz? Gone, baby! Varg shrugs before walking away. As Sir Mithros and Sir Alcaster begin to walk away, I exhale. I feel a slight shudder when Sir Mithros stops and gazes behind him, his eyes wandering to my hiding place at the end of the hall. My heart thumps loudly in my ears as I wait to hear him leave. Mithros turns on his heels, with a slight twitch of his lips before he disappears. I make my way back to my room in a daze. My whole body feels weak, and when I eventually get to my bed, I crash down on it feeling numb. I mean to kill the king. Why? Sir Alcaster and Sir Mithros are two of his most trusted advisors. What could the king have done to make them desire his death? Live, basically. Live. And why does Sir Mithros want to wait until I am 18? What happens then? Does this have anything to do with that gift he was talking about? Does Sir Mithros plan on using me for something? Yes, he does. I clench my hands into fists and inhale sharply. I think of the other things that came up in conversation. I said that Varg might be able to act during the day soon. Does this mean Fritz will disappear? My breath catches in my throat at the thought. If Fritz disappears, what will happen? I almost jump when I hear someone shouting just outside my door. Rod? I quickly stand up and move toward my door, pulling it open to catch a glimpse of the outside. I end up opening the door into Rod's face. He comes to an abrupt stop and glares at the door that blocks his straight path. His hand is outstretched, as if he meant to reach for my door. Rod, Amella. It's so late. What are they doing out of their rooms? Rod's fingers tighten over Amella's hand. They both look exhausted, and Amella is on the verge of tears. What is happening? Rod seems to consider something before he finally comes to a silent conclusion. His eyes glare right into mine. Rod's voice is colder than usual, even for him. Amella's eyes widen as she stares at him in shock. Varg? Varg is slowly making his way over to us, his posture relaxed, expression indifferent. He does not even look winded. No. Is this the mission Sir Elcaster was referring to? Rod tugs at Amella's wrist to prompt her into motion, but the two of them are too slow. In one swift movement, Varg has circled them and tripped Amela, toppling her to the floor. Varg moves forward to grab her, but before he can so as much touch her, I jump into action, pushing Varg from the side. I move to stand between Amela and Varg. I can hear Rod helping his sister up, but my eyes are trained on Varg. What are you going to do to them? Why do I care? Because I know this isn't something Fritz would do. Varg hesitates, giving Rod time to act. Rod throws a vial that breaks upon impact with the floor. He releases a cloud of smoke that envelops everything around it. I feel someone's fingers at my wrist, and then I am being dragged away. When my vision clears, I see Amela standing before me, holding my wrist tightly. What was that? Our escape? Yes. Because she's so tunnel vision. Like, literally, she gets like one idea in her head and she sticks with it until somebody puts sense into it. Hi. We run toward the palace tunnels, a place I have not visited in many years. I thought they barricaded this. No. Right, no, not yet. Amela turns to me, her eyebrows drawn over her eyes in a look of sympathy. I'm suddenly uncomfortable speaking to her, so I turn to face Rod instead. What does Varg want with you? But why would he want you dead? Rod's bright eyes seem fiercer in the darkness of the tunnels. You! Me? I whirl around, dread rising up in my chest as I turn to look at Varg, who is slowly catching up to us. Varg looks at me, his eyes glittering with amusement. Listen, I have to. I gotta make the story interesting. I can't always be passive, you know? I cannot hide how much I am trembling, but I still hold out my arm to protect the siblings. Go. Go, now. I turn back to Varg as the two flee. My body tenses as I wait for Varg to move. I will stop him, or at least buy them some more time. But Varg remains still as a statue. He remains rooted to the spot. I have no idea how long we stand there, frozen in place. Were you going to kill them? No answer means yes, apparently. He's not answering. Does that mean I'm right? Is this what Sir Alcaster ordered you to do? Why would he want you to kill Rod and Amella? And why does he want to kill the king? I sure did. The tension in the air becomes palpable, and it becomes harder to breathe. Varg's fingers tighten on his cane. He wouldn't hurt me, would he? Varg moves, and for a few moments I am frozen with terror. Then, a word I have forgotten long ago suddenly comes to my lips, unbidden. A word that Fritz once told me before. Adiuva? Adiuva? This time it is Varg that freezes. He raises his cane, but it never comes down. His eyes are wild, even though he hasn't moved. Suddenly he looks as if he is restraining himself. I can see the struggle on his contorted expression, and then I realize that he is fighting to stay in control. It worked. I remain still for another moment, my mind racing. Varg drops to his knees, and I see shadows forming beneath. Tendrils of darkness sneak their way up his body, beginning to engulf him. This is what happened last time when he changed back into Fritz. There is still awareness in Varg's eyes, however. His gaze is cold and accusatory. It remains that way even as the shadows creeps their way up on his face. Creeps their way up his face. I find my feet again and rush past Varg into the depths of the palace. I run, too frightened of what I might find if I look back. And I'm not gonna read the flashbacks. I have been awake for hours, unable to sleep. I stand at my window, waiting for something, anything to happen. But all is still beyond the glassed window. Glass. Window pane. Glass. Glass is not a word. I have no idea what I ought to do. What is going to happen now? Should I tell someone? I returned to the palace because my room still feels like the safest place, but why? Am I here because I feel the need? Because I feel I need to tell the king what happened? Because I hope that Fritz will return? I do not even know if the king is still here. I haven't seen him at all. My hand instinctively reaches out for my necklace, and I realize that there is an additional piece. I look down and a small gas escapes my lips when I notice a new piece of the glass slipper. A new piece of the slipper. But how? What was my good deed? I remember the night I helped Rod and Amella escape from Varg. That was a good deed. My eyes are beginning to stink. I'm startled when I realize that there are tears burning my eyes. Can I even trust Fritz now? Fritz looks at me with worry clear on his face. He draws closer to me, his hand reaching out for me. Holy! It's scary. Pull back immediately, my breath caught in my throat. Ugh, jeez. Give me a second. Oof! Give me a second. Sorry. Had to check that the light was on. You're right. For a moment, I just saw Varg. Like, Fritz, baby, I love you, but Varg retains all of your memories, so if I tell you where they are, Varg's gonna know. Will he believe me if I am straightforward? Fritz clenches his hands into fists. His face twists with obvious pain. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? And I forgot to save, like, his beginning chapter 3 shit. I will put it there. Let me actually do that real quick. Hold on, it's me. I'm definitely gonna probably need it. Alright. So. What happened? Okay. It's like, whoa. Fritz, I do not know how to explain. He slowly moves toward me again. Fritz carefully slides his hand over mine. I can trust him. Right? Fritz, you're cursed. I have. What do you mean? You are cursed with a separate, cruel personality. It's one that has been scaring me, and last night, Varg, you were going to kill Rod and Amela. His gaze is a confused muddle of worry and doubt. You don't believe me. I pull my hand away from him and cross to the other side of my room, so that my bed acts as a barrier between us. But Varg knows you. How is it possible that Varg is so aware of you when you do not even know he exists? I begin to pace, my emotions whirling. And how am I to trust you when you won't even trust me? You were supposed to believe me. How could you not? Wait, what? This is all her lines, right? Oh. Is that supposed to be Fritz's line? Okay. How could you not? Why do you think I would lie about this? Last night I thought Varg was going to kill me, and I used that word you told me because I felt I was in danger. I said it, and he stopped, and I thought that maybe it was you who heard me say that word. The words become tar in my throat, choking. I trusted. Fritz's eyes are dark as he drops his gaze to look solemnly at the floor. And now I do not know if I am meant to. Silence descends upon my room. When I finally look at Fritz again, the man I see is a stranger. Gone is the Fritz that I once knew, and standing in his place is nothing but a shadow. I thought he'd be different. He showed me so much kindness and pretended to care, and yet, Mother was right. Mother was always right. I feel a dull ache in my chest as I turn on my heels to look away from Fritz. This is what happens when you trust in someone. This is what happens when you begin to believe in others. I gasp when I feel strong arms wrap around me from behind. I can feel Fritz's warm breath against the back of my neck. It sends shivers tumbling down my spine. Let me go, Fritz. I order you to let me go. But Fritz only tightens his grip. While the warm embrace is suffocating, it is also oddly comforting. I bite my lip as I struggle to keep myself from crying. How can I trust Fritz's word when Varg has done nothing but cause suffering to everyone around me? He loosens his arms until I'm no longer within his embrace. I suddenly feel cold and empty, but I do not move toward Fritz again. His voice is very soft when he speaks again. I do not look up when he leaves. You cannot rely on anyone but yourself. You cannot trust anyone but yourself. How can I have forgotten that? If I had been able to have my way, I would have not left my room at all. After everything that has happened, I do not think I want to know what Sir Mithros' request is. I'm also worried about the so-called wonderful gift he wants to show me. Perhaps he means to kill me along with the king. Surely I should be more alarmed at this epiphany. Yet for some reason I only I do not acknowledge Varg. He enters the room. Stop it. Varg, you... Sir Mithros' presence for once is actually a relief. He bows to me, but I no longer believe the smile on his face. Sorry about that. What is it that you want to show me, Sir Mithros? Actually, answer me this first, as it has been troubling me for some time. Why do you want to kill the king? Sir Mithros looks at Varg. Varg disappears back into whatever shadow he'd emerged from, as Sir Mithros and I make our way back into the hall. Is this what Jurian spoke of all those months ago? Did she discover Sir Alcaster's motives only to be discharged from the order as a result? Why did you agree to help him? Is this why you were delaying him until after my birthday? Sir Mithras' smile is almost genuine. I realize that Sir Mithras has led me into the secret tunnels. Where are you taking me now? Impudence of this man. You said Varg answered to you, but he also carries out Sir Alcaster's orders. Sir Rod and Amella. But why go to such lengths to curse Fritz? Sir Mithras focuses his intent gaze on me. Something dangerous and bright shimmers in his eyes, and I shrink back. What do you gain from doing all of this? What? Mother is dead. Mother has been dead for years. If she had been alive, I would have known. Then where has she been? And why would she pretend to be dead? Why would she leave me alone? Why me? What? My mother. A witch? Impossible. Why do I not remember any of this? Is this why the people of Angiel despise and fear me? I dared not even dream that this was possible. For so many years, all I wanted was for Mother to return to me. Now, I cannot falter. Mother was the only person I could trust. She is still the only person who loves me. I have made my decision. Tell me what I must do. Sir Mithras smiles and steps aside. Behind him is a large rusty door. Mother? Sir Mithras reverently strokes his hand across the tenebrarum, as if caressing Mother's face. Sir Mithras turns to me. Wait, before I do this? Sir Mithras, you said you have no desire to kill King. Swear to me that you will not allow Sir Alcaster's plans to succeed. Swear that you will protect the lives of the royal family. I do not wholly understand why I'm asking this of Sir Mithras, yet a part of me feels compelled to do so. I may not see them as much of a family, but they've done nothing to deserve death. Swear it. The clock tower chimes. The bells echo in the chamber. The sound dull and eerie. Sir Mithras' eyes flash as he gestures his hand wildly. The air in the room becomes cold. So cold, I actually feel my body becoming like ice. Something is wrong. This does not feel right. I try to move away, but my attempts are thwarted by some kind of magical force. The Tenebrum is pulling me toward it. Sir Mithros! No! The pull is strong. I am drawn to it like a magnet. The invisible force renders me a puppet. It takes hold of my body and forces me to raise my hands to the crystal. I press my palms against the face of the Tenebrum, my hands framing my mother's face. Her expression is gentle in her unnatural sleep. The Tenebrum is freezing beneath my fingertips at first, but it slowly begins to warm as the clock continues counting down to 12. The warmer the Tenebrum grows, the colder my body feels. It feels like it's sapping all of my energy. Like the Tenebrum is feeding off me. The pain starts slowly. It creeps up and out until it is flooding my entire body. I attempt to twist my body away from the Tenebrum surface, but my hands are stuck. I turn to Sir Mithros for help, but there is nothing but crazed glee in his smile. His eyes are focused on the crystallized form of my mother. I become dimly aware of the tears that are beginning to fall from my eyes. No, go on like this. My vision starts to blur until I feel myself falling into endless darkness. Mom? What are you doing? But doesn't father rule Angel? There'll be no bad people? Chapter 7. 2 more to go before we see what we get. Opening my eyes and moving my body is a struggle. I feel sluggish and numb, and there is a suffocating heat in my chest that makes it difficult to breathe. When I finally do rise, my thoughts are tingling and confused. I turn my head in time to see Varg rise from the chair just to the side of my bed. Has he been sitting there watching me? He is not wearing his mask. What are you doing here? A week? Listen. Varg quickly clears his throat before gazing down at me, an exasperated expression on his face. Memories suddenly flood through my mind. They are fragments, but together they create a startling picture. Sir Mithros in a room, 12 chimes of the clock, my 18th birthday, the Tenebrum, and Mother. I sit up immediately, only to succumb to a wave of nausea and dizziness. Much to my surprise, Varg reaches out to steady me, his grip firm but gentle. Sir, shut up. What time is it? Will he become Fritz again in a few hours? Or have I lost Fritz forever? The awareness of my last conversation with Fritz hits me full force. After what happened the last time we spoke, I am not surprised that Fritz does not want to see me. What memories do you have? Tell me, bitch! The expression on his face is clouded. For a few moments he is silent, lost. Varg glances away. I notice the way his fingers drum uneasily on his cane and stare. I have never seen Varg look like this. I carefully slide my way over to the edge of my bed, allowing my feet to dingle on the floor. Dingle to the floor. Why is he suddenly telling me all of this? Will I ever see him again? Or has he lost to you? Varg flinches back from me, taking a few steps back to put some distance between the two of us. I watch Varg closely. I never noticed it before, but Varg's emotions are very clear if you know what to look for. Ooh, Brez. W. Brez! You cannot say, or you won't say. The gentleness with which he says, my title makes me think of Fritz. However, just as I am beginning to hear Fritz's voice through him, his demeanor changes once again. The vulnerable man disappears and is replaced by the usual facade. Varg straightens and glares at me. He displays his confidence to hide his true emotions. It seems like he wears two masks. You are more like Fritz than you would care to admit. Fritz would never harm me. Varg snarls, but he no longer intimidates me. Then why do you feel threatened by him? Got him! My words render Varg speechless. I dimly notice the patterns of red dawn scattered across my room. The sun is almost up. I look back to Varg, my eyes seeking Fritz. Varg moves, his eyes fierce as he closes the distance between us. Adieu. Okay. Varg presses his lips to mine, effectively stifling the rest of the word. I have only a moment to gasp out for breath before Varg kisses me again. I raise my hands to push him away for a brief second as my mind phases over in shock. Varg takes advantage of my confusion and moves forward again, in an unreadable expression in his eyes as he leans over. I can totally read. I try to pull away, but Varg tangles his hand in my hair, tilting my head back to press his lips firmly against mine once more. Cat wanted out. Sorry. No, this is not right. I tremble as his free arm sweeps down my back and eventually comes to rest at my waist. Why is he kissing me? He doesn't even like me. Anger clears my mind. I blow my hands into fists and shove at Varg's chest. His eyes are bright and out of focus when I am able to look into them. His chest betrays his labored breathing. I wipe the back of my hand against my mouth as I glare at Varg. I do not trust myself to speak without screaming at him. Coherence slowly starts to filter back into his gaze. I can see the awareness in his gaze, along with guilt. I suddenly realize that my cheeks are now wet with tears. Why am I crying? Varg takes a step toward me, and though he does not utter a single word, I can see from his body language that he means to apologize. He reaches a hand out as if to touch my face. No! I move back and close my eyes. I didn't. Adieu. I open my eyes and when I hear the familiar voice and watch as Fritz quickly pushes to my side and kneels in front of me. His hands cut my face. Did I just say cut? Up my face as his thumbs brush against my cheeks, wiping away the tears that I cannot stop. Fritz. I feel suddenly overwhelmed, like there is too much whirling in my mind. I'm not sure how long we sit there together. It feels short, like a single moment, but it could have been an eternity. I shake my head in an attempt to clear my fractured thoughts. Fritz frowns, but the expression clears as he brushes my hair away from my face. His fingertips gently trace my cheek as he speaks. He looks at me, his expression grim. You finally know about him? Fritz nods as he gives me a pained smile. He drops his hands and pulls away from me. I reach out and grab his hand without thinking. Don't say that. Fritz looks at me in shock. His wide-eyed gaze only makes me feel embarrassed, and I have to focus to keep from floundering. After a long moment, Fritz manages to smile. It is small, but genuine. Kindness? Is this what this is? We sit together in silence for some time, enjoying each other's calming presence. My room is quiet as the sun steadily starts to rise. Do you know what has happened during the last week? He is fading even faster now, and just when I feel that I've truly started to know him, Ophelia is missing? I can only hope that they made it out alive, and that Rod led them back to the marching. There they will be safe. I did not think I would ever trust anyone there, and I still don't, but Parfait said that the marching is a place evil cannot overtake. And whether or not Varg is truly evil, his mission is to kill them. I can at least be sure Parfait will protect them. What happened? I can only stare at Fritz in shock, knowing that what happened that night wasn't just a dream. Fritz raises his hand as if to touch my face, but he abruptly pulls it away. He flinches, then doubles over, his face contorted in pain. His eyes are cloudy, his gaze turned inward. He is speaking to the other side of himself that I cannot see. I reach out to him and try to call him back. Fritz! He looks up at me and attempts a sad smile. He's trying to make it seem like he's fine. When he speaks, it is through gritted teeth. I'll never let him. Oh nope, that's not my line, that's not my line. Yes. The shadows dance around him, almost tauntingly at first. Then they simply engulf him and Fritz disappears into darkness. I take a step back. You again. I snarl at him, but Varg merely shrugs. He looks indifferent, as if what transpired between us before never happened. Varg turns away and walks briskly out of my room without glancing back. I make my way through the hallways of the palace, determined to find Sir Mithros. Over the past few months, I have been all I have been all but invisible to the people in the palace. It allowed me to pass undisturbed. I had always figured it was because no one remembered who I was with my curse. But today things are different. The maid sweeping the hallway jumps at the sight of me before quickly curtsying. Her eyes are downcast, and she does not look up at me as I pass by her. As I walk past her, 2 other servants heading in my direction also move to the side of the hallway. They remember who I am now? How? Has my curse somehow been broken? I spend the entire morning searching for Sir Mithros, but he is nowhere to be found. The only room I have yet to search is the throne room. I push open the doors and walk inside. There I am met with an unexpected sight. The king sits on his throne, his posture regal, but his eyes downcast. Your Majesty? He does not look up when I enter. Oh, and there's an ad. Break time! Oh, the ad is over. Oh, that feels so short. Like, when you're a viewer, the ads feel so long. But when you're like a streamer, it's like so short. It's so weird. He does not look up when I enter, but I can see that his eyes are stony, unmoving. I approach him cautiously, and upon closer look, I notice how his eyes look so empty. It's almost as if he cannot see me. I inhale and something catches in my throat. My heart begins to beat rapidly. What have they done to you? I whirl around and see Sir Mithras approaching me with a smile. Where did he come from? I could have sworn there was no one else here when I entered. Sir Mithras? What is wrong with the king? Anger begins to burn within me. You swore that you would not harm him. The change in Sir Mithras' expression is subtle, but I can feel the malice in his gaze. Mother? Where is she? But didn't Vark say he was the one to stay by my bed, by my side? I shake the thought from my mind. When will I be seeing her? Wait. Sir Mithras pauses abruptly to look at me. The servants I met in the hallway seem to remember me. How? He sighs as he runs a hand through his hair. What? Yes, there is, because I have to. Ooh, I feel like this is very important. I can't remove this curse. Ask him. Much to my astonishment, Sir Mithras begins to laugh. The sound is cruel and so sharp and deadly it cuts through whatever hope had been forming in my heart. Sir Mithras leans closer to me, so close I can see the crazed. See the crazed. Oh, which one is it? Which one is it? Is it a crazed? Is it the crazed? The gleam in his eyes. I remain rooted in place, but not flinching away from Mithras is harder than I would have thought. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No. I mean, isn't it the other way around? Dogs are closely related to wolves. Because aren't, like, dogs basically, like, domesticated wolves? I don't remember, like, the exact, like, thing that whatever I was watching. But it's something like that. They're like descendants of, like, some ancient dog. It's like, I can feel disgust seething in my stomach. Sir Mithras suddenly reaches out a hand to grab my face by the chin. He forces my head up at a painful angle. I see. Or, you know, Varg may decide he wants to become submissive. Sir Mithras releases me. No. He smiles wryly before turning and walking out of the throne, leaving me alone and trembling. To break the curse, Fritz has to overthrow Varg, in his own mind. A sudden cold descends upon me. I wrap my arms around myself and shudder. I turn to look at the king, but he has not moved since my encounter with Sir Mithras. Your Majesty, did I do this to you? Mother. If she were here, she could make sense of it for me. Mother, where are you? Mother, I'm so dependent on you. Mother, do everything for me. Think for me too. Sorry. I'm sorry. That's really just what it felt like. I stare at my now trembling hands. This is not what I wanted at all. You sure? You sure? Hmm. The crown princess. It is strange to think that just a few months ago these same men did everything they could to keep me out of the palace. I can take care of myself. They know who he is. I watch in stunned silence as both soldiers salute to Varg. Varg turns to smirk at me. I can feel Varg's eyes on me, but I refuse to look at him. The words die in the man's throat as Varg turns to glower at me. His eyes flash with impatience, and it is enough to coax the soldier into silence. Wait, is it coax or is it coax? I don't know. The gates swing open. I rush out, thinking that maybe if I move fast enough I can lose Varg. Though I tried my hardest to shake him, Varg is still irritatingly close. It is impossible to do. Varg leans out and wraps his fingers around my elbow, pulling me to a stop in the shadows of it. Why is it always the goddamn alleyway? Why? My irritation is immediate, and I look up to glare at him. My next words are cold and sharp. Why not? Before, that was what everyone insisted I do, and now the only thing everyone wants is for me to stay indoors. Mark is silent for a few moments before finally letting out an exasperated sound. What are you talking about? Varg places his hands on my shoulders and turns me, so that I am looking out onto the streets. But this is... I am not overly familiar with the kingdom, but even I can tell that something is off. Shops that had once had colorful display windows are now empty. Their displays are dull or non-existent. The liveliness of the market stalls is all but gone. My gaze is drawn to the bakery shop that Fritz had taken me all those months ago. Its dim windows tell me that it is closed. Ooh, that was way too quick. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get a little trigger happy, you know what I mean. Damn, he knows a lot about you. And what do you know about him? Sorry. An all too familiar ache beats within my chest. Has it been that long since that day? Everything was so vibrant, full of energy back then. This place was so lively, and there was music that filled the streets and performances everywhere. Now, so much has changed. It's so silent. The streets are so empty, and the eyes of the people. Their eyes are glazed and unseeing, just like the king's. I step forward to get a better look without realizing. I am only dimly aware of Varg's hands, which have not moved from his shoulders. What happened? Your mom. Right, your mom. But the people... Varg's voice is hushed, but he still draws stares. I flinch back at the expressions in the people's faces as they look at us. There is fear in their eyes. I instinctively retreat until I fall back into the car. His hands tighten on my shoulders. These are the looks they have always given me. This is why they have feared me. Abruptly, Varg draws his cape around me, enclosing me in darkness. Sunlight finally filters back into my consciousness. I am facing a completely different street. What did you do? He suddenly releases me and nudges me forward. I grit my teeth. I still want to see the town. It is impossible to think that the entire place is so changed. How is that possible? Zimmerthrow said Mother was out. I really need to see her. Mother will be expecting me. I should see her at dinner, right? Thinking about everything that has transpired exhausts me. I rub my eyes and sigh. Fine, let us return. Sorry, was waiting for the sirens to pass. When I enter the dining hall, a familiar figure stands by one of the windows. I have not seen her for 4 years, but she remains unchanged. Standing before me is the only person whose love I have never doubted. Mother! Here she is! I move toward her immediately, like a moth drawn to a flame. Soon, I have my arms wrapped around her in a hug. I do not care that I am crying. Mother, I missed you so much. I cannot believe that Mother is indeed alive. I am crying so hard tears blur my eyes and it takes effort to speak. I thought you died. Mother presses a soft, cool hand to my cheek. Her touch is more comforting than I remember. I had thought her warmth would envelop me longer, but Mother is quick to draw away from me. I look up at her in confusion and flinch when I see that her gaze is cold. But I... Yes, Mother. I take my usual chair and stare at the now vacant seats in front of me. There is a heaviness in my chest as I remember who said. Those are Ophelia, Rod, and these places. The king. I turn to look at him and feel my heart falter, sink. The king is sitting in his usual seat, but his expression is as vacant as it was earlier. It's nothing. Mother follows my line of sight and frowns. Where is Sir Alcaster? My mother beckons quietly with a wave of her hand, and servants begin to place platters of food on the table. I mean, hey, that's a better fate than, like, in some of the other routes where he was basically killed off. Then why is Varg still here? My mother looks at me with knowing eyes as the servant spoons soup into our bowls. I look down, my mind racing. What? It was impossible for me to think of Mother as a witch. But seeing how she speaks so casually of the Tenebrarum, and considering all that has happened this week, I have no choice but to believe it. Why did you not tell me about the Tenebrarum? About the witches? She looks at me sharply. Fear and shock immediately flood through me. What? Punish Parfait and Dolora? Well, technically Dolora was the one who cursed her. Literally all Parfait did was give her a place to stay. Now I'm gonna protest, bitch. No! I do not want revenge. Mother sets down her spoon. Yes, Mom. You're right. The Delora and Parfait, they have been kind to me as well. Mother goes back to eating. For some reason, my eyes are drawn once more to the king. He has not moved since dinner began. His soup is still untouched. The king is barely conscious. Mother is right here, so close to me, and yet nothing feels right. Mother speaks and my attention snaps back to her. I mechanically bring a spoon of soup to my mouth and swallow without tasting. Could I really punish anyone? Mother's voice pulls me from my thoughts. She reaches over and brushes my hair over my face. Her touch is heartbreakingly familiar. She is right here, but I feel like this is the most distant I have ever been from her. Oh dear God, she is so right though. Chapter 8. Let's go! I cannot do this. What do you mean I'm not trying hard enough? But You're right. Ever since Mother came back, she has been teaching me to use my magic. But her methods are, well, I cannot bring myself to agree with the way she teaches. This bird is still alive. It's been trying to escape the dome it's been trapped on this whole time. No, you're gonna be the death of us all. But this is different. Why can't Mother see that? Mother raises her hand, and without any apparent effort manipulates the air in the dome. I stare at the bird's lifeless body inside the dome. The sight of it brings back old memories. This happened before, and even then I was not able to save the bird's life. I still cannot save anything. Gosh. When you try to rush things, it never turns out the way you want to. Alright, hold on. Gosh darn cat's clawing at the goddamn door. I nod my head numbly. Mother opens her arms and beckons me toward her. I reluctantly step toward her so that she can embrace me. There is no more warmth in her embrace. There is nothing. Mother strokes my hair. Before, I found the gesture endearing and comforting. Now, the words I want to say are trapped in my throat. I can't. Mother pulls back, a questioning look in her eyes. Of course I love her. I do love her, but things are different now. I cannot deny who she is or what she can do. Mother sighs heavily before releasing me and turning around. The door opens and Varg steps inside immediately. He kneels before us. Varg rises and bows before going to hold open the door. Good night, Mother. I curtsy and follow Varg out of the throne room. Ever since Fritz disappeared the day I woke up, he has not returned. The hope that he would return and that Varg would be destroyed is slowly disappearing. Every morning I wake and find Varg standing outside the door. I become more disheartened. I look at Varg's back as he walks in front of me. How am I supposed to bring Fritz back? Varg is only getting stronger each day. At this rate, Fritz will... Oh god. I've said this like twice already and I'm forgetting. How do you... Fritz used to come when I said that word, but I no longer see any signs that he hears me. What? Why are you telling me this? But why do you care? Varg stops and turns to look at me. He is looking at me the same way Fritz always does, with gentle acceptance. I could almost believe I'm looking at Fritz and not Varg. Feelings for me? And now I'm stuck caring about you. Hey! Varg's expression changes, a subtle sadness creeping into his eyes. Stupid. True, not you. What? Varg smiles, but it is devoid of any cheer. He turns around and continues walking without waiting for me. The rest of our walk is silent. The night is deep, dark, and gentle, but I cannot find peace or sleep in the all-consuming silence. It's been 2 weeks since Mother's return, and 2 weeks since I've been able to sleep through the night. Most of my days are spent at Mother's side. When we aren't patrolling Angel, she is teaching me how to use the Tenebrero, readying me as her successor. Every day it only becomes clearer to me that the kingdom is suffering. People fear and hate us. It is even worse than it was before. Mother is cruel to everyone, even though I have yet to see them do anything wrong. Is this why Father hated her? The manson had wandered out in front of us. Soldiers' horses would have crushed the child if the man hadn't pushed him out of the way. This is why you always hold on to your kids, man. The stop on the road has caused a delay in our arrival back to the palace. Mother had been out visiting an old friend, a witch. Mother? There's a blinding flash of light as Mother draws a shape in the air. When the light clears, the man has disappeared from in front of us. He is collapsed against the wall of a nearby building. Mother threw him into the building? But Mother, that man isn't moving. I do not think he's breathing. Mother, why did you do that? The man, he... Mother's gaze is cold as steel, her eyes as sharp as a blade. I flinch away from her. Mother smiled at me then, the same smile she would always give me when I was a child. I used to be comforted by the sight of it, but now it terrifies me. The king. I choked down the lump in my throat. He is gone. He speaks, he eats, but he is not here. If it were not clear in his actions, it is clear when I look into his eyes. He is right there, and yet I miss him. Frustration makes me restless. I stand up so that I can make my way toward the window and stare outside. I am being ridiculous. Why should I miss him when he has been nothing but neglectful? I have forgotten how he stopped caring about me when he invited his new family into the palace. He treasured them and his kingdom more than he ever loved me. He never valued me. And yet I would give anything to go back to how things had been. The weight on my shoulders and in my heart is overwhelming. The feeling only worsens when I turn my thoughts to another person. Fritz. With a sigh, I lean my forehead against the cold glass of the window. Mark said that Fritz is still fighting, so he must still be in there. How can I help him? Fritz? Oop. Before I can turn, someone clamps a hand over my mouth. The rest of my words are muffled. That voice. Julian? I mean, when you suddenly approach me from behind. She lowers her hand. I turn around and stare, surprised to see her here in my room. What are you doing here? She smiles, and some of the weight in my heart lifts. We? Darling! At that moment, a man sidesteps into the doorway, his footsteps cautious and soft. Garland? He does not turn completely, but cranes his neck to give me a soft smile. I can barely believe that the two of them are standing here. It has been so long. Lee. It's okay. Not like I wasn't suffering under my mother's rule or anything. Then how did you find a way inside? Was I meant to escape with Rod and Amella before? So they tried to save me before and failed. Why did you come for me? They look at me, their expressions baffled. I cross my arms as I look at them. Why would you rescue someone you hate? What? Jurian looks at me seriously. Jurian heads toward the door, stops when she notices I am not following her. How can the merchant take me back after everything I have said and done? How could the merchant accept me back? Do they even want me to return? I only realized I had spoken aloud when Jurian answers me. I think about this later. I nod and follow them out of my room. Jurian leads the way and I follow after her. Garland brings up the rear, his eyes alert as he constantly surveys our surroundings. The night around us is cold and still. The quiet only makes me more anxious. Varg usually appears in situations like this. Is he not here? And I feel so useless having to be rescued like this. Garland reaches out to place a hand on my shoulder. I nod, not trusting my own voice. Garland sends at attention as we continue slowly moving forward. Eventually, a figure moves to block our path. I cannot move. Jurian and Garland, however, already have their swords out. The deadly metal glitters in the gray glow. Her voice is a low growl. It is so full of malice, it makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Jurian's shoulders tense. Garland glares at Mithros from behind her. Sir Mithros has just begun to raise his hand when Jurian darts forward, her sword gleaming as she raises it to slice at his arm. Sir Mithros howls, falling to the ground as he curls in on himself to treat his injury. The remaining quiet is all but shattered as we run up from Mithros. Though he is in pain, I can still hear his voice call out from behind us. I ignore him and keep running, not daring to look back. You've been running for a while now. Keep it up, girl, unless you want to get left. My legs are beginning to go numb. I can do no more than nod as I force myself to keep running. I am pathetic. I am slowing them down so much. Jurian falls back to evade the explosion and bumps into me in the process. Moments later, however, she is once again standing at the ready with her sword. Garland sets his hands firmly on my shoulders to help me regain my balance. What was that? A familiar face emerges from the smoke, her expression cold. Hi. Mother? Mother turns to face Jurian and Garland, her expression full of contempt. Yes. Her last name is essentially Valiant. She called Garland a pet. Oh no. The smile on Mother's face is bright and cool. It sends chills trailing down my spine. Mother casually waves a hand at Garland, who remains quiet. You didn't have to expose him like that. Damn. That is so mean. Rip Garland. But his words come too late. Jurian rushes forward, her body nothing but a blur, her teeth bared in savage hatred. Jurian is fast, but Mother is faster. She raises her hand and sends Jurian back with a terrible flash of light as Garland catches her. How the turns table. Garland's voice is soft as he studies Jurian. You know that, and yet you still go forward. Jurian throws his hands off, a murderous look in her eyes as she glares at Mother. Mother remains in the same place, smiling that terrible smile of hers. She is amused by this, nothing more. What are you saying? Jurian finally turns to look at him, a soft smile on her face. There is a long moment of silence as the two gaze at each other. Unspoken words pass between them, and eventually Garland caves. Both of them tighten their grips on their swords. Mother hasn't moved, but her presence in the small tunnel is overwhelming. Her magic smothers the very air. Jurian sinks into a stance, her body loose and poised, seemingly unperturbed. Mother does not attack. Instead, she turns to face me with one graceful movement. I stand resolute and take strength from Garland's steady presence behind me. What Mother is doing is wrong. What she wants isn't right and has never been right. But she's done to the king what she's done to Angie How am I meant to look at her the same way? My voice is quiet when I finally speak. No. I take a deep breath and look her in the eyes. No, I will not return to my room. Mother's expression is unexpectedly calm as she looks at me. Has she ever truly loved me? Mother, if your love is what love is meant to be, I do not want it. Mother is not who I thought she was. When I look at her now, all I can see is what she truly is. Evil. She raises her hand and light curls around her fingers. Before she can cast her spell, Jurian is at my mother's side. Jurian's sword glints as it slices through the air, and then through Mother's clothes. Jurian, if we leave her alone. Garland pulls me away from my mother, and Jurian as their battle begins. I can hear the dull clatter of metal as we run. I can see the flashes of light even as we escape. Escape back the way we came. Garland. We have not gotten far when I force Garland to a stop. Garland! It is only when I grab his shoulder that he stops and turns to look at me. We cannot leave her there. Maybe I can convince Mother to let her go. Try. Mother has all the power of the Crystallum Tenebrarum at her disposal. Myself to say it. Jurian will not last long. She sure won't. Garland, you have to know this too. Jurian must know as well. Garland's jaw hardens and he stares at me, not truly looking at me, but through me. Garland, please. We cannot let Jurian die. Not when we might be able to do something about it. Garland stares at the ground, his expression conflicted. I know he cares for her, and that is why he must go back for her. Garland closes his eyes briefly. When he opens them, I know he has made his decision. When we return, the scene is very different. Blood splatters the tunnel and walls, and Jurian is on her knees, bent forward, her face away from us. I'm so sorry if you heard that siren. It literally came out of nowhere. My mother is nowhere to be seen. Jurian! Garland is suddenly in front of me, mindlessly racing towards Jurian. All at once, she seems to come alive. She gasps out for breath and coughs. Her voice wavers as Garland crouches down in front of her. He folds himself around. Oh, sorry. I'll wait for the siren. They're gone? I don't know. He folds himself around her and pulls her gently to his chest. His eyes are shut tight as he buries his face in her hair. Jurian chokes back a sob as she reaches up to hold him tightly. I exhale in relief. Both of them are alive and safe. He lifts his head to smile back at me. Garland slowly guides her to her. Jurian suddenly stops. We hear it at the same time, a terrible ripping sound like the air itself is being torn. I see the sliver of shadows and unnatural light in the darkness, and I suddenly realize what is happening. My panicking mind is only able to process everything that happens in slow motion. Mother appears behind Jurian, poised to strike. I see the horror in Garland's eyes, then acceptance and determination. I try to cry out a warning, anything, but I can barely breathe. Oh no, not Garland, no! Garland pushes Jurian toward me out of the way as he rushes my mother. At the same time, Garland pushes forward. My mother holds out her hand. It only takes a single heartbeat for her to plunge it into Garland's chest. Garland's face crumples in on itself. Even from where I can hear Mother twist her hand. Ooh, her hand inside him. Ooh. Mother wrenches her bloodied hand out and Garland falls to the ground. Jurian runs at my mother, a desperate cry of grief and rage escaping from her. Jurian, no! She is too weak from her own injuries. She can barely hold up her sword. I am unable to speak or move as Jurian rushes toward her own death. My mother simply sidesteps, her expression disinterested as Jurian falls to her knees. My mother turns to face me. Blood drips from her hand down to her dress, where it congeals and oozes like black tar. For a moment, the air in the tunnel disappears, and a terrible silence fills the darkness. By the time the air comes rushing back into my starved lungs, Mother is gone. The tunnel is empty. Lights flicker in the aftermath of her disappearance. The only thing I can hear apart from the rushing of blood in my ears is Jurian's sobs. I make my way slowly toward her. It is like wading slowly through murky water. Jurian is leaning over Garland and has his head on her lap. He is still breathing. Parfait can help him. When I crouch down, I can see the open wound Mother left behind. I swallow down the bile that rises in my throat, along with any of my words of comfort. Magic cannot fix this. You gotta get him to rumple. I get down on my knees beside Jurian. This is my fault. He smiles at her. It is a genuine smile that breaks my heart. Jurian shakes her head. voice trails off as he closes his eyes, his breathing becoming more labored. He gasps one last time before his body stills completely. I bite down on my tongue and bow my head as Jurian howls her loss into the silence of the blood-soaked tunnel. We spend some time with Garland in the tunnel. Jurian shakes with silent sobs as she grips his still body. But eventually, Jurian gently removes Garland from her lap as she stands up. She takes his sword as she presses her hand to his face one last time. And then she turns and walks away from Garland's body with his sword clutched tightly in one hand. She grips her sword in the other. It takes all that I have, to keep up with her. Jurian, this is all my... Her voice is quiet, and all the more disturbing for it. This is all my fault. Waltz? What is he doing here? Waltz comes running up to us, his eyebrows creased with worry. Pauses, his eyes flickering to the swords in Jurian's hands. He won't be needing it, that's for sure. Gone. Unfortunate. Her hands tighten on the swords she holds. For a few moments, her shoulders slouch, but then she turns away abruptly and continues walking. Waltz turns to me. I glare at Waltz as tears well in my eyes. It was my fault. Waltz falls silent as he studies my face. Then he sighs before taking my hand. As soon as the march-in doors close behind us, Jurian collapses. Jurian! Luckily, I am close enough to catch one of her arms, and Waltz is fast enough to catch the other. Together we managed to... Oh, that is starting soon. Okay. We managed to guide Jurian to the chair. We sit her down on it as gently as we can. I watch as she unfolds on the chair, and that is when I see the dark red slashes and tears in her clothing. Some of her wounds are open and visible. She is still bleeding. Waltz pulls a cloth from his back pocket and hands it to me. He runs off, leaving me alone with Jurian. Looks like she's bleeding everywhere. I steel myself and kneel by her side. Gently, I reach out and begin to wipe at the worst of what I can see. Jurian moans and I flinch in sympathy. I'm sorry. I feel a lump rise in my throat. I convinced Garland to go back. If I hadn't, he wouldn't be. He wouldn't have. Jurian shifts slightly, to put her hand on my cheek. Her touch is cool and gentle. Oh, and there's the ad break. Water! honestly drives me so insane. It's like, well, why can't you just load, bro? No! I even have it. I don't even know. Oh, I'm like stuck at school. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find something real quick. I know I saved it somewhere. But clearly not in here. Put it in here. Not. Maybe it might be easier if I let's just hold on, maybe if I I'm so sorry guys. I'm like going insane right now. And yes, it is imperative that I figure out what the hell is going on. Because if I don't, I'm going to absolutely go fucking. Why can't I? How do I? Oh my god. Why am I like suddenly so dumb? Like, make it make sense. Oh, that's ridiculous. That'd probably be easier if I did this. Okay. That's what it is. Now that I know. There we go. Okay. Jeez, that took like 50 years. There is a softness in her gaze and an inexplicable kindness in the touch of her hand. After a moment, jewelry? That's what I was gonna call her, apparently. Jurian slowly nods and her eyes fall closed on a sigh. Wait, is she okay? Jurian? Jurian? Waltz. She just closed her eyes. She's not speaking. She's not going to die too, is she? Not if I have anything to say about it. Okay, Mr. Doctor. Rumple gently pushes me aside and I let him, hovering over his shoulder as he crouches to inspect Julian. Well? Waltz steps beside me and gently places his hand on my arm. What? And? I'm not going to leave her. I look back over my shoulder, watching how carefully Rumple attends to Jurian. Okay. Waltz's hand acts as my lifeline as he helps me into the tavern area. My legs become weaker with every step. Little girl? I only realize that I am running to her after I barrel into her. I bury my face in her shoulder as I suppress a sob. Dolores' arms come around, holding me tight as whatever calm facade I was holding up comes apart at the seams. Dolores leads me to one of the benches, one of her arms still around me so she can rub my back. Somehow the simple gesture is helping me calm down. Bitch, do I look like? I shake my head. I stay in her embrace until Waltz returns to place something on the table. I pull away reluctantly to rub up my eyes. I'm okay. Dolores takes a mug and places it in my hand. Do not question and raise the mug to my mouth. Hot chocolate. Dolores made this for me before. Wait, what did I say? No. I take a few deep swallows of the hot, sweet liquid. Yes. Mother found us in the tunnels. Jurian told Garland to get me out. My throat threatens to close, but I force the words out. Mother is so strong, and I thought Jurian might not survive. So I convinced Garland to go back, and that's when. I stared down at my mug, my hands trembling. It's my fault. It's all my fault. If I hadn't convinced Garland to go back, Mother wouldn't have killed him, but she would have killed Jurian instead, honestly. The silence in the tavern is deafening. I obey without a word. Everyone is going to be so angry with me. It's my fault Garland is dead, and it's my fault Jurian is injured. I know they're gone. Are they dead as well because of me? What? Oh, thank goodness. Dolores' smile is sad as she reaches up to push my hair out of my face. That's right. I was out of the palace more than a couple of times, once with Varg and another with Mother. Even if I'd wanted to escape the day I was with Borg, he wouldn't have let me. I gripped my now empty mug. I do. I know too well what it is we must do. In fact, I knew this was bound to happen sooner or later. I started this. I do not know if I can fix everything, and I do not know if I can save Angiel. But no matter how long it may take, I must make things right. I finally look up at Delora and nod. We have to stop Mother. Chapter 9! Because of the severity of Truan's wounds, Rumple decided he would bring her to the nearest clinic so she could be better cared for. Annis decided to go with him, and surprisingly, Ophelia and her children all opted to go as well. Now the only ones left here at the tavern are me, Delora, Waltz, and Karma. Because where is... Who's the other person? Oh yeah, where's Parfait? Where is Parfait? I may not say it, but I'm sure they are blaming me for what is happening to Angiel right now. I need to make things right. I close my eyes as a sudden bout of dizziness comes over me. Mother has always been the person that mattered most to me. I never questioned or disobeyed her because she was so important. She was my light in days that were often so dark. But I have no choice. If Mother isn't stopped, who knows how many more lives will be lost. The only way to stop Mother is to kill her, isn't it? Yes, I know. But I do not think I could kill her myself. Delora has a knowing look in her eyes as she turns to address Waltz. Magic? What are you talking about? Waltz is just a street magician. What help could he be? Waltz is a witch. Yes. I do not know that fairy tale, but what does that have to do with anything? What? Waltz, if you're also a witch, how can you be cursed? Waltz's expression darkens. I never knew. Your shadow? But all this time you've never found Tinkerbell or Neverland? Even in the palace? Delora snorts and I suddenly feel embarrassed. Looking through the entirety of the palace for a small box might be difficult. Wait, is it the box that I have? Because remember, in the Rumple route, she mentioned having a box and that her mom was like, under no circumstances should you open this box unless it's very dire. So maybe it's in there. That might be it. And Tinkerbell might be in the box. What? Waltz jumps at my sudden reaction. That box. had forgotten about it, but I can vaguely remember an old box in my room that matches that description. Mother left me a trinket box and a key that matched that description. She told me never to touch the box or to let anyone see it. I've had it for years. I never knew what was inside. I was too afraid to disobey Mother's orders. I want to ask him what he means, but we are running out of time. I'll have to ask him about it at a later time, or in his room. I can get Neverland and Tinkerbell to you. I can return your magic. So what do we do first? But I just said I could help. But I'm the only one who knows where to find the box. I scowl at her with my arms crossed. I refuse to stay here and be useless while everyone else puts themselves at risk saving Angielle. Angielle is this way because I brought back Mother. I must take responsibility. And I will not let anyone else die at Mother's hands. Mother is less likely to harm me. I have a better chance of getting Neverland and Tinkerbell without causing a disturbance. No sooner has she said the words that a terrible blast echoes through the margin. A cloth as smoke envelops the tavern. A silhouette emerges in front of us, and I feel my blood turn cold when I realize who it is. Varg? Just when I thought I was safe, Varg reappears. What do you mean, oops? Where previously there had been a wall made of stone, sturdy and strong, there is now a sizable hole. Remnants of brick and stone collapse inward in the aftermath. Dust rises to settle around Varg's feet, where he stands casually twirling his cane. I can't. Mama? Delora and I turned to glance at the wall behind us. Where Waltz's... Wait. Well, my brain lagged. Delora and I turned to glance at the wall behind us, where Waltz is looking. Roma is standing there injured. His forehead has a large gash, and one of his arms is limp and useless. He still manages to tightly grip the hilt of his sword with his other hand. Where did Karma come from? This guy, so funny, huh? Varg turns to look at me expectantly. What did you just call me? Karma lets out a harsh laugh. I am not an item to be stolen or imprisoned. I ball my hands into fists. I cannot let Varg hurt anyone here. I have no idea if this will work, but if Fritz is truly fighting, then he must be able to hear my voice. Fritz. Varg growls, his eyes bright and angry as he glares at me. Never. Fritz, I know you're still in there. Oh, jeez. It's like every time I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna say it, and then I'm like, wait, I don't remember how it's pronounced. Ryuva. Varg chokes on his words and doubles over. Did it work? Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Karma preparing to attack while Varg is momentarily weakened. But something does not feel right. Karma, stop! voice. Fritz! Despite the fact that it is Varg standing before me, it is most certainly Fritz looking at me through those eyes. No, I dodge waltzes, reaching hands as I attempt to run toward Fritz. No, don't hurt him! Karma runs forward, his sword raised just as Waltz grabs my hand and pulls me out of the way. No! Time slows as I watch Varg slowly come back to coherence. His lips curl into a snarl as he begins to bring his cane down to the floor. Delora throws her hand out, the collected light racing toward Varg. Varg stumbles back, his cane never hitting the floor. Varg growls as he glares up at Delora. You know what else is inconvenient? Your attitude. Oh my god. Varg raises his cane to block Karma's next swing. Waltz grips my hand and tugs. I glance back at Karma and Delora. I have no idea what the right answer is, but you know what? No. Fuck it. My eyes drift toward Varg's cane. And that cane is the source of his magic. If I can get it away from him, then Delora and Karma will stand a chance. With renewed determination, I run toward Varg. Time to risk it all! I barrel past Karma and hit Varg square in the gut with my shoulder, forcing him backwards into the ground. I manage to twist the cane away from him, and clutch it as Varg rises and begins to advance toward me. Don't make me cause an explosion. I will. I will. I'll do it. No. For a moment, there's only silence as Varg freezes. I cannot read the expression on his face. What is he thinking? Varg breaks the silence when he bursts out laughing. It is a sound that heralds certain chaos. Ooh, no, not the dagger! Oh shit. I watch as Varg slips a dagger out from his sleeve. No, but he can throw it and try to kill me. Ray, who's that AP? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. With a smirk, Varg brings the dagger to his neck. No. Right, that is definitely cheating. That is so cheating. He doesn't care as long as she's hurt. Varg shrugs, and I cannot tell if he is really unconcerned or pretending to be. Varg smiles at me. In this light, his teeth appear to be gleaming and sharp, like he has fangs. You know what? I stand still. I cannot look away from Varg's gaze, which is bright with triumph. He's not wrong. I know Waltz is telling the truth. I can see it in the look on Varg's face. I grip the cane tighter to me. Varg is lying to me. He will definitely suffer, but he is also serious about hurting Fritz. And I cannot let that happen. You know she's gonna be stupid, Delora. Come on. She has to be. She's a protagonist. They have to be, you know, a certain level of stupid. You'll leave everyone here alone. Varg nods, amusement flickering in his eyes. I am so sorry. But just as I start to move toward Varg, a bright light shines out from behind me. Uh, the shield of light pushes forward and past me, shoving Varg back and out through the hole he made in the wall. I turn, barely able to believe what I see. Parfait. She comes to stand in front of me. Parfait's eyes flicker to Varg, who is shifting ever so slightly in the rubble. Even I can tell that he is only temporarily out of commission. But you... Yes, ma'am. I falter as I imagine what Parfait could possibly be planning, but I have no time, and I can read nothing in her gaze. There is nothing else for me to do but nod in understanding. Yes, I understand. Parfait smiles at me as she caresses my cheek with a gentle hand. Parfait. Oof, oof. Sorry, I had like a... But... Parfait grabs me by the shoulders and forcefully pushes me toward Varg. He catches me, his hands firmly gripping my shoulders as I am careened into him. Varg flinches. He is inhaling and getting ready to speak when the air around us suddenly thins and we are swallowed by light. When I am able to breathe again, I open my eyes and see that I am back at the palace. Did Parfait transport us? I become aware that Varg still has his hands on my shoulders and I wrench free from his grip. Varg reaches out and snatches his cane from my hands. Girl, you need to have a better grip. Oh my god. The palace is eerily silent, and it is as if none of the chaos that just transpired ever happened, like it was all a dream. I ignore Varg and walk back through the gates as I suffocate the seething turmoil inside of me. Just try and stop me, bitch. I slam my bedroom door behind me and lock it. It's only been a few hours since I was here. Since Jurian and Garland. Close my eyes and will the memories away. Now is not the time. I must keep my promise to Parfait. I begin to search through my drawers. I could have sworn that this is the last place I saw Neverland at Tinkerbell. There it is. Tinkerbell, an elaborate golden key, is exactly where I remember leaving it. I placed it carefully underneath my lamp so as to keep it hidden from sight. But where's Neverland? I nearly turned my room upside down, looking for it, but I never find the golden box. It should be here. Why isn't it here? My body is heavy after all that happened today, and soon I find myself collapsed on my bed. It will be fine. I have until midnight tomorrow to find it. I'll continue looking in the morning. My sleep was broken and disjointed, so when dawn comes filtering through my windows, I am already half awake. I pull myself out of bed and rub at my eyes. I need to find Neverland. I retrieved Tinkerbell from where I'd hidden it and slipped the key into my pocket. Then, with renewed determination, I continue my search. Why isn't it here? It had been right next to Tinkerbell. I feel I would remember had I moved it. But I did drop Neverland months ago, didn't I? I've been meaning to get it fixed, but I always forgot. But it's not here. That means someone must have taken it, but who? Your mom? Could Mother or Mythos have taken it? Or should I look? Oh. Thankfully, when I get to the throne room, it is empty. But where do I even begin to look? Out of the corner of my eye, I notice something sparkle from the throne. I rush toward the throne and am unable to believe my dumb luck. The box is definitely there, sitting right in front of me. I found it. But why is it just sitting here? Something feels off. Reach out and snatch Neverland to hold it to my chest. I have to keep Neverland and Tinkerbell safe, no matter what. Before I cannot tell her. Mother walks toward me. I want to continue keeping it safe, Mom. Trust me, believe in me. I clutch Neverland tighter. This does not belong to you. Okay. Okay. Mother's voice is ice cold when she speaks. Mother sighs, and suddenly I can see the mother from my memories. The one that held me close and sung me to sleep at night. Faye? Faye? Or Faye? Faye? What? Mother reaches for me, and I cannot move as she sets a hand on my cheek. Mother gently runs a hand through my hair. Not. Oh god. Ophelia? The king has loved Ophelia for so long. Master Manipulator Hilder. I'm not entirely sure what the correct thing would be here. That's the thing. I quickly bolt in the opposite direction. I need to get away from her. I do not get far. I crash into an invisible wall just before I can get to the door. Hey, I'll try my darndest. Mother's eyes glitter as light begins to collect in her palms. Mother raises her hands, the light reflecting the cruelty in her gaze that I am now too familiar with. Knowing I couldn't outrun her, I turn my back and hold Neverland to my chest. I must protect Neverland. The air crackles and I brace myself for whatever Mother might unleash. I feel a hand on my back, and then I am pushed away. I fall down on the ground hard. What was that? Did you miss me? Your favorite witch. Delora. Fritz? Fritz runs toward me and holds out his hand to help me up. Fritz, I thought I lost you. I'm sorry. It is only for a second, but he pulls me close to him and hugs. Oh, thank God. Fritz's arms tighten around me briefly before he releases me. We both turn to face Mother. Yeah? No, you're not, Fritz. You're plenty strong on your own. Fritz's body stiffens. True. True. Listen, witch. No, you betrayed the witches, Hildur. No, right. Delora had a child, didn't she? Who are you talking about? Yeah, I completely forgot that Delora had a child. Damn, I've never heard Delora speak of a child. Damn. Suddenly, everything in the room is still. The two women glare at each other, but neither one of them moves. Hi, Prismal. Thank you for the head tap. Do I look manly today? So holy. Thank you for the hydrate. I actually have to refill soon anyway. Making you stretch because I know you did not yet. Damn, you're so right. You know me too well at this point. No, that's so bad. That's so bad. Thank you for the stretch. Damn. Delora holds out her arm and sweeps it across the room, lightning traveling up her arm. Fritz tugs me around one of the columns and then presses my back into the coolness of the pillar. Oh, hi, Prisma. How you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. I mean, obviously you've been popping into the Discord, but even still, it's only for like a brief moment. He holds himself against me, acting as a shield. The ground shakes as Delora releases her spell. Okay. Too confused to question him, I obey. I hear the sound of lightning cackling? You know, I think they mean crackling in the air, followed by an explosion. Yeah, I missed a bunch of your streams, but I'm doing great. I got a new PC, was busy playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh, yeah. That's usually what happens when a new big game comes out, like Monster Hunter or Marvel Rivals. Everybody, that's all they play until like they get bored of the newness or whatever. But yeah, I hope you had fun with Monster Hunter. I heard some people say the new one was good, but I do personally feel like Monster Hunter is better played with friends. And I don't have friends like that play Monster Hunter anyway. And I also don't have Monster Hunter money, so I just sit back and do my usual stuff. The stuff I can't afford. column comes down. The column comes crashing down onto the other side of the room. Fritz's hand tightens around mine. We run out of the throne room with Delora as Mother's screech sounds through the room behind us. Yes, I'm alright. I'm just so glad you're here. What are you, what are you talking about? Fritz's fingers tighten over my own. It wasn't your fault, Fritz. What matters is that you are here now. Fritz looks at me and smiles. How did you know where I would be? I hold Neverland in one hand as I reach with my other to search for the key in my pocket. Thankfully, my fingers still brush against the cool metal. It's in my pocket. I nod my head. Parfait said to be here at midnight. What time is it? Oh no. Mom, no. Go away. Fritz steps in front of me as Mother reappears in front of us. Fritz. Fritz smiles gently at me and my chest aches at the sight. I know you will. I do not like the sound of that. She's like, oh, but you took mine though, so it's only fair that I take yours. Delora's hands begin to glow. No! Oh. I guess I already said the line. Mother flicks her wrist. Delora holds out her own hand as if to prepare for the impact of a spell, but the magic never comes. Mother is not aiming for Delora. With a gasp, Fritz drops his sword and falls to his knees. Who will we get? Will we get Fritz or Varg? That's when I realize that Mother is calling for Varg. Her hand twists in the air, manipulating Fritz's body to copy its movements. His body writhes and turns as he struggles to remain himself. No, Fritz. Fritz looks at me one last time before the familiar darkness envelops his body. I guess we got Fritz, which means... not Fritz. Varg, which means we got the bad ending. Nice. Fritz! When Varg appears, he is standing absolutely still, his eyes surveying everything calmly. There is an intensity to them, but it is sharp and contained. I flinch back from Varg's bright eyes. No. She said, pardon? Mother hisses in annoyance. Mother flicks her wrist, and a responding light flares out from behind her. Oh god. And again. That's what I'm saying, Delora. God damn. Mythos extends his hand toward Varg, and the minute he does, Park's body stiffens and he grits his teeth. It is not. You had a plan? My hands shake and Neverland nearly tumbles from my hands as I struggle not to collapse. Girl. Mother reaches out her hand toward me. Every fiber of my being screams at me to move, but my feet are heavy, and I am shaking so hard I cannot stand straight. I do not want to forget anything or anyone anymore. Behind me, the clock tower begins to chime. Delora quickly runs in front of me and casts a protective shield. Delora, you can't. I brace myself for impact, and I feel the ground shudder as Mother's spell comes in contact with Delora's shield. A loud crack emanates from Delora's shield as it begins to crack. Delora's words fade when we see another spell coming toward us. I hear a low laugh rise from Mother's throat. No, Delora. Delora! I cough as clouds of smoke slowly fade away after the impact. My whole body feels hollow as ice. No, wait. My whole body feels as hollow as ice. As I gaze at the sight before me, Delora's body lies on the floor in front of me, unmoving. I collapse to the ground, my vision blurry as I stare numbly at Delora's little figure. No, this cannot be! I reach out to touch her and sharply inhale when I feel how cold and clammy her skin is. No, Delora! Bro! Neverland tumbles from my grasp as I grab Delora's arm to shake her. Stupid child. I'm sorry. Sorry. Like, I know. To all of us, it's like, what are you doing? But like, if you're really in like the heat of the moment, sometimes, you do stuff. No, Delora, please. She's still breathing. She can be saved. She cannot die like this. A bright light appears before me, and suddenly Parfait is standing right in front of me. Parfait addresses me without looking back. Yes. I reach blindly for Neverland with one hand as I keep the other on Delora's arm. A warm hand settles on my shoulders. The touch is comforting and familiar. Mithros casts his magic, but Parfait easily deflects it. She moves to cast a spell in retaliation, but doubles over as soon as the spell flares out around her. My eyes lock with Varx, and for a moment I can see Fritz through him. I see his lips move, but whatever words he speaks to me are mute. He shakes his head. Light begins to engulf me, and I see nothing apart from Delora's pale face on my lap. I do not move, even when the march-in walls come into existence around me. The place is devoid of its usual warmth. Delora! She's not responding. I fight down the rising grief and try to remain calm as I turn to Parfait. Please save her. Save her! Parfait glances down at Delora, eyes glassy. It is as if she is hiding emotions behind a frigid mask. I feel that her mask is a reflection of my own. Any moment now it will fall away and I will be able to see her tears. The air in the margin seems to leave all at once. No, no, that's not true. You have to. Delora. She does not move and her eyes are still closed as she speaks. No, don't say that. Delora. You cannot leave, Delora. I won't let you leave. That's not how death works, but okay. Though Delora's body does not move, I can feel the energy of her body slip through my fingers like sand. Her body slowly begins to fade away, until only specks of glittering golden dust remain. A terrible prickling cold seeps into my heart and chest. Then the frigidness envelops my whole body. I cannot breathe. It is only when a teary-eyed parfait pulls me into a hug that I realize my throat is raw, and that I have been screaming in grief. Still not done. I do not remember being tucked into bed. In the silence of the dark night, I can feel the absence of Delora like a hole in my chest. Sleepless hours tick by in a haze until the morning sun creeps through the window. I shake my head. She died protecting me. Cover my face with my hands, and hot tears that I thought had dried begin pouring from my eyes again. Both of them, Garland and Delora, died because of me. And this is my fault. If only I was strong enough, I could have. Both Delora and Parfait keep owning up to this blame, but do either of them deserve any of it? But what could you have done? Mother is... I don't think anything can stop Mother. What are you saying? Parfait, that's insane. But Mother only survived because she was the Tenebrarum bearer. She lived so long as the Tenebrarum exists. The Tenebrarum is destroyed. But you're suggesting we destroy the Tenebrarum through destroying the Lucis. Lucis. Parfait smiles at me, but I find no comfort in it. You can't be serious. There has to be another way. There has already been so much suffering. Delora and Garland did not die just so you would have to give up your life as well. There must be another way to stop Mother. There has to be. By the time I make it to the dining area, the food is cold. I am not surprised by the state of the food, but seeing Waltz in a grown-up body is definitely shocking. Waltz quickly makes his way over toward me and kneels down. He looks almost like a knight, though he's lacking the armor. At least I was able to do something good, but still. I do not notice the tears rolling down my cheeks until he calls my title softly. No, it isn't Waltz. The Lord believed I could accomplish 3 good deeds, and yet I... Gently, Waltz leads me to a bench and sits next to me. Faye hasn't told them what happened to Delora yet. All of them are smiling at me, trying to cheer me up, but how can I possibly smile now? I need to tell you all something. Now that I think about it, no, I haven't. Rod, who I hadn't even realized was back at the march inn, stiffly stands up from his chair and walks away. He was here the whole time, this whole time, just listening quietly in the corner. Did I say something wrong? Walt smiles at me as he pats my shoulder. Break time. As usual, I come back after it finishes. Yeah. I got some food because I'm like partially dying right now. Why? Rod has never liked me. Rod comes back into the room and places utensils in a plate in front of me. It is filled with toast and scrambled eggs. Boy, give that girl some meat! Sorry. Like, listen. Well, I guess in this case, she doesn't really have the option to be picky, but... Yo, get some protein in her. I have no appetite, but he is right. I pick up my fork and snap a few eggs to try. This is good. Thank you. Suddenly, I am incredibly aware of how famished I am. I shovel the rest of the food into my mouth eagerly. I am eating the last remnants of my toast when Rumple comes back into the room holding far too many mugs for one person to manage. Mulch jumps over to save the several mugs from Rumple's precarious hold. I'm also like partially eating, so I might not read some stuff. Dolores dead. She's now with her daughter. Wherever dead witches go. Fritz had nothing to do with it. Fritz helped Delora get to me, and just when Mother was going to take Neverland. We would have all made it out alive if Mother hadn't used her magic to summon Varg. Mother was going to erase all my memories again, and I did not know what to do, so I just stood there. It was just like what happened with Garland, and now Dolores did because of me. Oh my god, these meatballs are so good. They're so good, I kinda wanna cry. I love good food, man. So good. Oh my god, can I like split this in half? Thank you. I stare at the mug and remember the last time I had hot chocolate with Delora. I would never have thought the drink I shared with her so many days ago would be the last. I bite my lip to keep from crying. Right, she's like, if you got an alternative, speak up. Come on. But we cannot lose you either. I have a suggestion. and we don't get to hear it, eh? Okay, well, I hope it works out for you. No, there's no reasoning with that woman. Yeah, but, you know, time and situations warp a person. You could literally be the happiest kid on earth, and then something traumatic happens, and suddenly you go from literally the outgoing happy child to depressed and constantly in your room. All it takes is one thing to happen. She is gone, honey. She is gone. Yep. Bad ending. He might be in the throne room. One of these days. Well, no, I can't even say one of these days because come next week it'll literally be the last Cinderella phenomenon stream. Well, this was my last chance to get a good ending on the first try. But as you can see, I failed each and every goddamn time. Oh man. Ah. It's like I'm so good at picking all the wrong choices. It's astounding, really. Oh my god, can I just like this goddamn meatball in half? Please, I'm begging you. On his own? Damn, be like that. My daddy don't love me enough. Hi, Varg. He looks like he's in pain. He stares at us blankly. Waltz moves to stand in front of me, barring, that's the word, me from Varg and the king. No, what do you mean that's not how this works? Varg turns his gaze on me and does not look away as he speaks. Ugh, Varg loves me. Varg laughs, but it is dry. It is a dry, humorless laugh. Mm-hmm. Waltz's voice is quiet when he addresses me. Keeps his eyes trained on Barb. No, I'm not leaving you because the plot demands it. Varg sighs. I cannot fully see his eyes, yet I can see the resignation in them. Damn. Just love when people are like, your opinion does not matter. Damn, girl. How weak are you? Well, then again, she has been nothing but a princess. Nothing physically strenuous. Damn. I'm suddenly shoved to one side. I land heavily on the floor, my head thudding hard against the wall behind me. Waltz turns toward me. Before he can move, he is blown back. Past Varg and the king. He crashes to the wall on the opposite side of the chamber. Waltz! Mithras? What did you do? I glance once more at Waltz, but he is not moving. I struggle to my feet. Before I can track his movements, Varg is already at my back. He pulls my arms behind me so fast I have no way of resisting him. I can do nothing but watch as Mithras advances on Waltz. I can feel his warm breath brush my ear as I fidget. You already have. True. I turn my attention away from Varg and glance back at Mithras, who is still slowly walking towards Waltz, his expression tight with anger. I cannot let this happen. Do you... God damn it! Varg's grip on me tightens. I can hear the disappointment in his voice when he speaks. My heart plunges to my stomach. What are you talking about? Oof. What did she do to Fritz? Damn. Gone? I repeat the word hollowly, letting it sink into my mind and heart. My knees give out and I sink to the floor. That's literally the worst news he could have given me! I can no longer feel Varg's grip on me. I can no longer feel the dirt beneath my knees. I'm losing everyone. I'm losing all of them one by one. Why did I think I could help? Why did I think I could do this? This is all my fault. I crane my neck upward to stare at Mithras and Waltz. I am paralyzed in Varg's arms, unable to move or speak as Mithras moves close enough to deliver a magical blow to Waltz. The room is suddenly filled with dust that spirals out from the center. I blink back tears as it stings my eyes. When it clears, Waltz is once more standing. He and Mithras are glaring at each other. Waltz! But the sight of Waltz, alive and defiant, is enough to shock my brain back into action. I must save the king. Once Mother is defeated, Fritz might come back. Honey, no! With renewed energy, I begin to once again struggle against Varg. I wrench myself to the side, and having enough leverage to bite down on his hand. He yelps and drops his cane. I look up to see Mithras already turned toward me with an outstretched hand. Light dances down his arm and collects on his fingertips. cannot stand idly in place as I always do. I must move. But even as I lift my feet from the ground, I can see that the light is going to chase me, and it will come for me no matter how far I run. At the very last minute, a shape moves in front of me, acting as a shield. I see Varg's back moments before the spell pierces through his body and crumples him to the ground. Varg! His body collapses to the ground, his mask falling from his face. Why? Why did you save me? Varg manages a weak laugh, then shakes his head. Well, yeah. That's how it be. Well, considering all the things that you did to me, it was kind of hard to. I mean, under other circumstances, if you weren't basically trying to keep me under lock and key, maybe. Because you are more fun than Fritz, I will say that. I can hear the click of Mithras' shoes on the tile. His voice is filled with amusement. Even Walt seems too shocked to move. He ain't had to say it like that, Mithras. Bart reaches up to touch my cheek. He smells as shadows creep up his body. Moments later, it is Fritz lying on the ground, smiling his gentle smile. And then he closes his eyes and does not open them. Not moving, not breathing. Gone. Time stops as my mind whirls. I feel my heart slowly beginning to break into shards. This is all my fault. Hell yeah. I'm so good at getting bad endings. Let's go. The wolf is so cute. Alright, and you know what the deal is, guys. Every time we get a bad ending, I go and go back and get the one. Which is why I did go back when I did. To like save up Fritz's. Oh no, that's wrong. Okay, so far, only one wrong, it seems. That was right. And this wasn't right. Oh, well yeah, I guess pressing the issue does make sense in this case. So, for chapter 3, I got 3 out of 4 right. That's good. Alright, we have some different dialogue. It's true though, you really can't miss what you never had, or in this case, don't remember. Too much, honey, too much. Alright. She is, so that was right. Yeah, this one was right. Wait, this is a little check. Okay, so in chapter 4. Did we get 2 right? Because I know this one is wrong. She's like, I'm leaving. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm leaving. No, but frankly, I also don't care. Yeah, she is. I mean, true. Okay, keep going. Okay, so stay still was right. So I did get two right in chapter 4. That's good. Yeah, okay. So far, only 2 wrong. That's good. It seems like in chapter 5, it sucks. I have a lot of backbone. I'm so sorry if that was so loud. Alright. Yeah, some of the dialogue changes when you can get the right answers. Well, and just different choices. Alright, doubt him was right, obviously. Say nothing. That was super cute. Alright. Damn. Damn. It's crazy. Attacked his whole character. Obviously, obviously, wait. Yeah, help them, obviously. That's right. Come down. Okay. Right. Oh, what was the next one? Okay, so that one was right. Okay. So I think I did better than I thought. Just a few hiccups here and there. Okay. That one's right. Next chapter, chapter 7. Press him, that was right. Nice. How do I break his curse? That was right. Oh my god. That's so many right. Protest? Oh my god. Yo, I got all of chapter 7 right. Holy. Why did you come for me? That was right. Stand my ground. Oh my god. So it was basically all the mistakes I made in the first few chapters that came back to bite me. Yeah. Let's see. Right, help them, that was right. Throne room was right. Damn, it really was the first chapters that helped me. But I was supposed to refuse. Alright. Now we got the good ending. I said no, woman. What do you mean? What did I say? You can hear. Alright. There we go. I must quickly find the king. Yeah, I'm just going to read her lines. Your Majesty. Is he gone forever? NGL needs you. The king I know would never leave his kingdom to ruin. What do I have to do to save you? Oh, listen, Varg, I don't want your sass. What are you doing here, Varg? You know what, fair enough. What are you going to do then? I'm not leaving without the king. I cannot let him take the king, and I will not succumb to his threats. You? What is happening to him? Excuse me? How are you in love with me? Aww. Oh. Deserve me? Oh. But does that mean Fritz is coming back? So Fritz has overpowered Var. Aww. Varg, what are you? Fritz? It's okay. We all have our inner demons we need to defeat. It's okay. Oh damn, girl. Fight forward. This is him. This is Fritz's heartbeat. His scent, his warmth came back to me. Wait, did I just kiss Fritz? Why did I just? It does. And not just because of what happened, but because Fritz is here. Really here. thought I lost you for good. But how did this happen? Did you overwhelm Varg? Huh? Yeah, that's what happened. That's like the sad part. Like, it wasn't even that Fritz won, it's just that Varg was like, you know what? I'm out of here, y'all. Peace. Now. How is that possible? Then why now? You love me? Varg said the same thing and he blamed Fritz, so it is true. Quite the scandal, what do you mean? It's not as scandalous as her falling in love with Rod. How dare you? The king. The Mithros? Okay. I trust you. What do I do? How can I possibly move him? I need to wake him up. Huh? Your Majesty, I have been selfish. I was always so concerned with my own feelings and my own pain. Now I realize that you were trying to help. It may have been lackluster, but you genuinely tried. I have been so unfair to you, just like Mother was. I do not know if words are enough to make up for what I've done, but I'm sorry. I am sorry for being so cruel to you. Please, I need you. Your Majesty. Well... Aww. Mom came back. Your Majesty, we need to get you out of here. Hi, Mom. Parfait, you're bleeding. What did you do to her? Where are the others? They're all okay and alive. Damn. Oh. He's gone. Well, I cannot believe Mother just did that to him. Well, I tried to do the same thing to you. He's like, I am. What of it? Is that the Lucis? Listen, she has to, guys. There's literally no other way. Our fate. No! And so will you. No! Well. Oh my god, it's gonna be a 6-hour stream. I was supposed to read that, but you know what? It's okay. It's the epilogue. We don't care. Fritz. Oh, yeah, you know what? I'll just leave it. We'll just go through it. True. It is always nice to hear once in a while. True. She could abolish it. Not even. What was I trying to say? Basically, if she became queen and you fell in love with Rod, she could, like, you know, technically make it like law that's okay or something. Alright, we are done. And just 9 minutes before 6 hours. And guess what? We get to do all this all over again next Friday. Why do I punish myself like this? Alright, as you guys know, this is the end of stream, because like once I finish, I'm finished. Nothing else is going to happen. But I will just make an announcement, basically again. Tomorrow, keep an eye out for the publicity. What the fuck is the word? Basically, my video is going to be posted tomorrow. Like, it's scheduled to be posted tomorrow. So yeah, keep an eye out for that YouTube video, guys. I promise you, it's short. I believe it's only like 8 minutes. So, you know, a pretty good short watch if you have like some free time. I think I put it for like 1 p.m. tomorrow. I can't remember, but yeah. Yeah. And I think that's basically it for all announcements I have. Oh, and if you haven't checked out my latest 2 TikTok videos, one I posted on the 11th and the other one yesterday, definitely check it out. I swear they're funny. Well, more like the one from, what was it, Tuesday? Was funny. And yesterday's was more like, damn, Hector's pathetic. But yeah, with that, I say thanks for coming to stream, and I will see you not Monday. Oh, right, that was also another thing. I know usually I stream on Mondays, but not next week. I have things that need doing on Monday, and if I don't do it, but yay! As you can see, we have our 4th continued. Alright, bye guys. I will see you maybe Tuesday. I don't know. Yeah, maybe Tuesday. I think I also won't stream Thursday. Yeah, I don't think I will. Or if I do, it'll just be the reacting stream. So yeah, with all those